I would say, electoral moves that are made right on the eve of the election. It is the Congress's fault that when all the 21 MLAs left them in Meghalaya, they did not have a counter strategy, and just sending Rahul Gandhi right to the very end is not really. Meghalaya well. I mean, will it really serve as an option? They had years to work on it. To rebuild.
They were a formidable force, and look at the current situation, Arnab, right now, that there is absolutely no strategy. You have Rahul Gandhi with just one rally that basically takes place. Their strongest of leaders have left the party. Mukul Sangma is someone whom they should have nurtured, and they actually allowed him to go. And if you simply go by the exit poll numbers, if it goes this way, the factor of Trinamool Congress there as the outsider has really created the problem for the opposition, at least in the state of Meghalaya, and it's going to be a tough battle.
And
there.
It's not even in the case of Mukul Sangma, it's not even that the lure of power took him away. He went to the Trinamool and he's in the opposition actually, and then given some heft to the Trinamool in Meghalaya. So it's not that the Congress party can say, oh, these the BJP guys, they took their leaders away and they poached them. No, it's not that. Someone like Mukul Sangma, who is chief minister,
and by the way, I think the numbers, the postal ballots are getting counted. So in about 5-6 minutes, I think we'll have the first numbers. But and maybe you can keep me apprised on the numbers, because you'll be looking at the numbers more keenly. I'll just be looking at the bigger picture. Shall we do it that way? And my first point is, viewers, please remember, Tripura is the first major election of 2023. It's a litmus test for the BJP, which has created history in the 2018 elections by removing the left. Now, left has a damn good and I would say existential chance of getting back to power in Tripura this time. And in order to do that, they've created typically the formation which they call a secular coalition here, between the left and the Congress party, ideologically at each other's throats in Kerala, but on the other hand going together, and it's a make or break. It's a make or break out there. They've tested it and lost. They've bitten the dust out there in Bengal. Can they have the same experience in Tripura, or will it be any different in Tripura? I think Tripura is very important because it's a test of this whole secular combination. What is a secular combination? I fundamentally believe this country has actually misused the notion of secularism. If you can call it a political desperate combination. If it works, it clicks, it's fantastic. I have my doubts. Second important fact is that you have about 25 Lok Sabha elections which are in the test. Yes. If you look at the sum total of what is at stake today, it has a clear impact on the 2024 trajectory. Let us not say this morning, and I know there will be people who say, no, it doesn't contribute too much. But these are the same people, Abhishek, who say that Himachal Pradesh, which has 4 Lok Sabha seats, sets the stage for 2024. So there is a lot at stake today in terms of national politics.
Absolutely. In fact, if you look at it, the only appearance Rahul Gandhi made for the Congress party in Meghalaya in the northeast, these elections, the only party he took head on was Trinamool. So this is going to have consequences.
But they spent more time in Gulmarg than they did in Nagaland or Meghalaya.
Exactly. And then the only attack he does is on the Trinamool. So that's going to have consequences for the kind of opposition alliance that takes shape as we head into the 2024 cycle. Or no, and
I find Meghalaya really very interesting, very interesting. In fact, and we've Conrad Sangma out there, and interesting person, very charismatic out there. I personally don't believe in this rupture that's happened between him and the BJP. I think it's all make believe. I think it's an attempt at trying to. I think it's an attempt at trying, very desperate attempt at Conrad Sangma of trying to give an impression, Shawan, and Meghalaya well, that he's fighting with the BJP, because I think they don't want to be associated with the BJP politically, electorally, as a pre-electoral combination, because they think they lose out the Christian vote.
The most interesting is the fight that's actually going to happen in Tura, because BJP state vice president Bernard is at loggerheads. He says, I'm not going to speak to him because he was put behind bars, and now there could be a situation that post-poll alliance takes place. There is already talks that are going on. Let's put that breaking news out also, because Himanta has already met Conrad Sangma, and this has happened on the last time.
Conrad Sangma, the best of friends, by the way. They're the best of friends.
I still remember the press conference that we were at Himanta's Assam Bhavan last elections, and in fact, it was
Himanta famously. They get along famously.
Himanta was
Pema Khandu, Conrad, Sangma, Himanta, they're the best of friends.
So I think that this was an artificial breakup to begin with.
You believe it?
Absolutely. There is no doubt about the fact that this is a complete artificial breakup. Back in 2018 also...
The fact is NPP needed to contest all the seats and they are contesting
They're doing it. They did not want... And in fact, this is the only northeastern state which has got the national tag right now. In Arunachal Pradesh, they have their seats. So if you really look at...
What's the issue that he's fighting on? Isn't there a strong corruption allegations?
There are
anti-incumbency
the corruption angle as far as the Meghalaya Assembly is concerned, the COVID being another particular issue. But having said that, Conrad has made it very clear that his party has to grow, and that is exactly why he's trying to, put his hands in other states.
So do issues like the Uniform Civil Code matter in Meghalaya?
So the BJP is making very, very clear that when it comes to the Uniform Civil Code, there we'll go ahead with it. Be it even as far as eating choices are concerned, the
BJP
chief has made it very clear.
Actually said that he eats beef and this party is okay with that. That was in Meghalaya.
You know, there is
the state party chief.
That's where I say this has an impact on the 2024 trajectory, because the BJP is fighting the anti-minority tag in the run-up to 2024. I think the BJP is not pushing the UCC agenda very, very singularly. Meghalaya is voting on issues of the UCC. So within Meghalaya can strengthen the BJP's stand to fight the anti-minority tag nationally. The BJP's position in the Northeast, which shares international borders, is crucial ahead of 2024. But again, if there's what stands for, I mean, what is there in the people's mind, Shaw? Do people think the Conrad is fighting the BJP, or do they think it's make-believe?
As far as Meghalaya is concerned,
is it a factor? Do people really hate the past association with the BJP, or is it that they look at the development? By the way, we're getting some early leads coming in. I want to talk about that. We got a few early leads, and according to the leads out there, NPP is ahead in Meghalaya. We've got leads in Tripura. Can I just get an update on the leads, please? We're getting some really nice early leads coming in from Tripura. BJP racing in ahead. Let's keep focus entirely on the numbers right now, Shawan. Yes. Over to you and Abhishek. Just look at the numbers very, very closely. I'll give the overall commentary, but I'm seeing here.
Leads. Total 8 leads or no, insofar as Tripura is concerned. 5 for the BJP, 2 for the left.
Yeah.
And 1 for others. Yeah. That takes the total. CPM in fact getting 3. So BJP gets lead in 5, CPM gets lead in 3. That's take the total to 8. That's the kind of leads that are coming in insofar as Tripura is concerned. And these are early leads. Postal ballots being counted. Let's go ahead. Look at Meghalaya.
Are you getting any EC data yet? You wouldn't get EC data yet.
This is not the EC data. This is the C voter data. And then we go to Nagaland. And Nagaland, of course, there was one seat that was won already by the BJP uncontested.
Can I get the news desk here? Yeah, please go on. Yeah.
And so as of now, the leads coming in only from Tripura. 8 seats, 3 to the left.
Can I get the news desk, please?
And 5 to the BJP. 4 now to the left and 5 total 9. It seems it's going fast.
Just push the C voter data that you've got out here.
Yes.
Why don't you just keep looking at the numbers on the C voter data? And can I get an update from the newsroom in my, to me, please, directly? I'm asking them for it. Can I just get the newsroom for the latest numbers? Thank you very much, Niranjan. Yeah, please continue. Abhishek and Shawan, you need to constantly keep updating the viewers with the latest numbers, please. Over to you.
Tripura, 9 leads coming in, early leads based on postal ballot, obviously. And we're getting to see 5 seats where BJP leads and 4 seats where the left is leading. So it seems as of now, by going by early leads, that the CPM, all the 4 leads are for the CPM, not for the alliance.
Niranjan in the newsroom. Yeah, go on.
And of course, the CPM was the major partner because they contested 47 seats, leaving just 13 for the Congress party.
In fact, Abhishek, we're getting in some more number as far as Nagaland is concerned. Nagaland, in which BJP is leading by 1. As of now, the NDPP has not opened their account. That's in Nagaland. That's the quick. Let's just quickly move from one state to the other. That's as far as Nagaland is concerned. Let's quickly move to Tripura because the numbers are coming fast in Tripura, Abhishek. BJP is leading in 3. In CPM is leading in 2 seats. This is from Tripura East, the numbers are coming in. Let's also take a closer look at Tripura West, where there again BJP is getting leading at 2 seats. CPM again in Tripura West, 2 more seats. A total of right now we are looking at about 5 for the BJP, where they are leading right now in Tripura. Let's also quickly move to Nagaland, where Nagaland, the BJP is leading in 1. As far as Meghalaya is concerned, there the NPP has also opened their account. They are leading in 3.
Okay, we have more numbers, I believe. Shawan, Tripura, in fact, the leads have gone to 21. And if I can get the numbers again.
Yeah.
Total leads, in fact, no, sorry, not 21, 11. It's so as sea water is concerned, 7 to the BJP, 4 to the CPM. Again, Congress not still showing any leads.
So you got this three-cornered fight which has been going on in Nagaland. I just want to go state by state for a minute, please.
Yes.
You got a three-cornered state which is going on in Nagaland.
Okay, Nagaland BJP
and
is
Nagaland, I'm seeing the BJP break away. Would it be fair to say that the BJP sort of broken away in Nagaland and it's going exactly as the exit polls predicted it, So this is very interesting here, viewers. I'm just looking and telling you the overall trend, that if the BJP manages to retain Nagaland, it's a tribal state, most of the electoral is Christian, then it has absolutely, I can say, shed its anti-minority tag. And that is very, very big. BJP will be looking at the numbers in Nagaland, where it's right now 7 out of 60 with all the initial leads going into the BJP. So the BJP gets into a strong position. It already has governments in Assam and Manipur and Nagaland now very much coming its way. Yes, please. Shawan,
well, in fact, in BJP is leading by 2 in Nagaland. And as you rightly pointed out, if the story really comes out the way it is, that the story here is that the Congress.
But let's look at Tripura. We got a fair number. We got a lot of numbers coming in from Tripura out here. The
BJP is 3. BJP is leading in 3.
No, we got 25 leads coming in from Tripura right now, Shawan, and the BJP. No, we got 33 leads coming in from Tripura, and the BJP is actually leading in 25 in Tripura. So that's 27 seats out of 35 right now. So it's literally a BJP sweep going on happening in Tripura. 28 right now, moving in for Tripura. So the left and the Tripura Mota and the left are neck to neck. The Left Congress Alliance doing really badly in Tripura right now, which means that this whole secular alliance thing has not really worked.
And
so
the story really
these are very, very if you were to look at, I'll get some key candidates out here. Just look at the numbers, viewers. Because
Meghalaya, we are getting good leads there. Conrad's party, NPP getting 5 leads, BJP 1, INC 1. So that takes the total to 8 leads, of which 2 are others. PDF
is also.
TMC is 1.
We are projecting 22 leads right now from Meghalaya.
Yes.
And out of the 22 leads, 12 are going to the NPP, 3 to the BJP.
Yes.
So the NPP
so and the alliance seems to be doing well.
Yeah, the NPP and the BJP.
Possible alliance.
Yeah, and the
possible national alliance are very much out there. But very interestingly, Congress is only at 2 viewers. And keep the Congress number very closely at the back of your mind. They got 2. The Trinamool is leading in 5. So Trinamool is coming in as the number 2 party after the NPP and the BJP in Meghalaya. If you look at the numbers from history,
in Tripura, they are very close to hitting
big story
the
coming in from Meghalaya for a moment right now, viewers, because Congress was the largest party every time. It's a wipeout of the Congress party. This is really the impact of the Bharat Todo campaign, viewers, and the Congress, which gave tickets to 59 candidates, is right now seeing only 2 leads in its favor. Yes, please, you can do the laptop. Fix the laptop here, please, for me.
All right.
And continue to look at the numbers. Let's look at the numbers now. Meghalaya. Let's do Meghalaya, Tripura,
let's do Meghalaya
in Nagaland in that order.
Just be getting in the leads for the key constituencies also. In fact,
Meghalaya, we got 14 leads now for the MPP. 14 leads. BJP 5.
Yes.
Trinamool 7. Congress really stuck at 2. Congress tally not moving at all. Congress, the big headline right now, Congress in big trouble in Tripura, in Meghalaya. Really big trouble in Meghalaya. 4-cornered contest between the NPP, BJP, TMC and the Congress. And this election had become very, very critical after the cracks appeared in the bond between the allies of the ongoing government, NPP and BJP. But on the ground, the TMC seems to be pushing away the Congress. So the TMC is emerging as the key player and the Congress gets further fragmented.
Arnab, Mukul Sangma has been contesting from 2 constituencies. Yes. He's currently leading in 1 in Songsak. He's leading. The Trinamool Congress is leading there. 5 times MLA AL Hek is now
what about leading. South Tura? Do you have South Tura number?
It's not.
Well, yeah, well, I got. You just told me about Songsak constituency
Yes.
of Mukul Sangma, of Mukul Sangma, right?
Mukul Sangma.
Yeah. So Mukul Sangma, viewers, a very, very important player out here, ex-chief minister of Meghalaya, very charismatic guy, current leader of the opposition.
Right now.
He switched to the Trinamool Congress in November last year, and he's
just getting
contesting
in
from
South-
two seats.
South Tura
One is
numbers is also coming in.
Tikrikila, and the other is Songsak. And you're giving me the Songsak number. Tell me what's happening in Songsak.
As far as Songsak is concerned, Mukul is leading, and we're just getting in the numbers for
Meghalaya
South
numbers are
Tura.
increasing,
South
Shravan.
Tura also, South Tura, Conrad Sangma is leading.
By the
Conrad
way, the
Sangma is
BJP
leading.
has gone past the halfway mark in in Tripura. So the
Yes.
BJP is sweeping Tripura. Big win out there. Big win, Tripura. Big win there for the BJP. If you're getting any key candidates, please tell me about it. But the story this morning is that Conrad Sangma is achieving what many people saw is impossible. National president of the NPP and the current chief minister of Meghalaya, son of Purno Sangma, ex-Meghalaya chief minister,
In fact,
who was the Lok Sabha
Conrad's
speaker,
brother.
and he's set for another term.
And
In fact, Conrad's brother is also now leading.
Trinamool growing at the expense of the Congress party in Meghalaya.
The Trinamool growing at the expense of the Congress party in Meghalaya. And can I just get the latest numbers on Meghalaya also on the screen out here? Viewers, I think Nagaland is absolute. It's an absolute BJP sweep. And if you look at 18 out of, I mean, if you got total number of trends that you have, if you got Tripura on the screen out there, then Tripura they've got 32. If they have an alliance with the Tripura Mota, then it comes up to about 42. But they may not need it. As far as Meghalaya is concerned, the NPP, BJP comfortably getting 29 out of the 45 leads that we are projecting so far. But the NPP may be able to form a government on its own. The C-voter numbers which have been showing the leads coming in. Yeah, please go on.
In fact, from Tripura, let's just, if you can just take our viewers through the key constituencies. Manik Saha, the chief minister, is leading from Bordowali constituency. That's Manik Saha. And Swapna Debbarma of the Tripura Motha is also now leading there. So Tripura Motha is at least in two constituencies we are seeing that they are leading. IPFT, which is an alliance with the BJP, hasn't opened their account as yet. As far as Meghalaya is concerned, more leads now coming in for the NPP. It clearly looks like
let's
NPP
get an
is ahead.
overall picture of what we are seeing from Tripura from Meenakshi, who's in our newsroom. Shravan, you want to toss over to Meenakshi? She's in our newsroom. She's from Tripura. She tracks Tripura really closely.
The alliance in Nagaland, the NDP-BJP alliance.
Let's just quickly go across to Meenakshi right now. Meenakshi has been tracking it very closely. Meenakshi, as far as it does look like a clear sweep for the BJP, what more are you picking up?
Yes, absolutely right, Shravan. जो अभी दिखाई दे रहा है कि बीजेपी के लिए खुशखबरी आने वाला है त्रिपुरा से, क्योंकि नंबर्स है बहुत जल्द वो बीजेपी लीड कर रहे हैं और 32 अभी जो लेटेस्ट हमारे पास खबर आ रहा है 32 सीट्स में त्रिपुरा में बीजेपी लीड कर रहा है। और अभी तक जो खबर है, जो अलायंस का खबर है, वो अलायंस अभी 14 जो सीट्स हमारे नंबर्स जो दिखाई दे रहा है 14 के नीचे है वो अलायंस का नंबर। तो ये साफ है, ये त्रिपुरा का इलेक्शन का रिजल्ट जिससे 2024 के जो लोकसभा इलेक्शन के सेमीफाइनल जिसको बोला गया है, इससे ये साफ है कि बीजेपी का क्लीन लीड है त्रिपुरा में। और जो अलायंस के बारे में बात कर रहे थे, जो अलायंस के बारे में झूठ हो रहा था वो एकदम नीचे गिर रहा है, ये साफ हो रहा है। और जो वीवीआईपी कैंडिडेट्स है त्रिपुरा में बीजेपी का, उनका भी लीड क्लियर है, मार्जिन बहुत ज्यादा है अभी तक जो खबर हम यहाँ से मिल रहा है। Shravan.
Well, a lot of people telling us how are we getting the fastest numbers. Well, we have alliances with Prague News, News Live. We have the C-voter data. So what we are doing right now in Republic is that we are getting multiple sources of information which are coming in, and our team is putting the fastest numbers out live. Let's look at the overall picture again. Shravan, what are you seeing in the overall picture? Can you just bring us up to date with the numbers?
As far as Meghalaya is concerned, let's begin with Meghalaya. It seems the NPP is making the clean sweep right now. 22 that goes to NPP as far as BJP is concerned. Now that the big story also, Arnab, is that if you really look at if this number stays on, then there's a big win for the BJP too. 9 seats to the BJP means perhaps for the first time ever,
the BJP makes a very strong entry.
BJP has made that kind of inroad in the state of Meghalaya, where it has largely been seen as the anti-minority party. That image has been completely destroyed.
Because the BJP's overall strategy has always been to get into an alliance and enter a state and then use it to sort of, make its mark or eat up the party. But the NPP is too big a party to do that.
But Arnab, the other way of also looking at it is that they would have been worried if the UDP or the other smaller parties, they were getting more numbers. It would have been far more difficult. Today, if the BJP makes that, the BJP and the NPP coming together is far more safer for Conrad Sangma than actually looking at the regional party. But this is a big number. Surprising. 9, if we can actually, let's look at.
UDP is not doing that well. UDP is, if you look at it.
UDP was trying to pan itself as the pan Meghalaya state, but it seems that they have not opened their account. And if you really look at the account-wise tally, the region-wise tally also, Garo Hills, which has the maximum number of seats of over about 24 seats, it seems the NPP is doing phenomenal. They've got about, we're getting this, in Tura itself, they have got more than 5 seats right now. And in Trinamool Congress is also doing well, because that's also because of Mukul Sangma being from
and of course Conrad Sangma, who's the president of the NPP, is leading from South Tura. South Tura, which is historically South Tura has always voted for has voted for John Leslie K. Sangma, who contested as an independent in 2013. Agatha Sangma, who contested as an NPP ticket.
James,
it's actually seen to be a bit of a swinger seat. It's a delimited seat. It's a swinger seat, and this contest for the seat is between Conrad Sangma and the BJP's. BJP's put up Bernard Marak, and the Congress has fielded Brenzild Marak in this seat. So swinger seat going strongly for just a smaller side I gave there as far as Conrad Sangma's results are concerned.
In fact, his brother James Sangma is also leading from Dadingre.
I also want to give some updates as far as individual seats are concerned. Of the seats where the BJP is in the lead, and I'm talking here about Tripura, Bagbasa, right now BJP in the lead. It was not in power there in 2018.
It was the CPM that was in power.
Then Juvaraj Nagar, it was not in power in 2018, but it is leading now. Then there is Kamala Sagar and Ampi Nagar. In all these 4 constituencies, the BJP, I find, was not in the lead in 2018, but is in the lead now. Now, this is very interesting, because whenever I see a trend like this, I am actually seeing a positive vote for the BJP. Then it would have achieved the unachievable, that it is actually gaining seats in areas where the party was not in power. Can I get the camera angle fixed on this frame, please? Where the party was not in power in 2018. So I find that very fascinating out here, that there is a bit of a incremental improvement for the BJP beyond its performance in 2018. So the BJP bettering a fantastic 2018 performance. And here's where you really need to talk about the ability of the BJP to change its candidate at the last minute, to change the chief ministerial face. The party is not a minority alliance partner. It is, and you've got a Congress CPM alliance. The party is gaining. I think that's very smart strategy. We'll have to talk to Himanto about this later.
Well, in fact, almost all
Lutins... the strategy, Arnab.
He's the strategy. Himanto is the strategy. Let me put it simply to you. Himanto is the strategy. Let's be clear about the Northeast. Himanto is not part of the strategy of this man. He is the strategy. Yes, please.
In fact, in the 20, like if we just, an anecdote as far as Himanto is concerned, in the last elections, he was in Tripura, flew down at late night, and he in fact referred to the interview that Kamalnath had given to Republic TV. He said that senior leader aa gaye, Congress ki sarkar nahi bani abhi tak. Himanto said in the next 1 hour, Himanto ensured that all the independents come together in the state of Meghalaya. And
he has done that dip and tuck job this time in every of the states that have gone to poll.
And imagine, even in the tribal areas, they are doing much well.
Interesting bit coming in from Meghalaya, where Conrad's party seems to be doing little better. If you look at it region-wise, they seem to be doing little better in Shillong than Tura. Is it surprising?
Well, in fact, that would have been their strategy even in this elections, because in Khasi and Jaintia Hills, they wanted largely not to be seen as the party from Garo Hills. That's an image that they also want to shed, because remember, this time the Khasis are saying for the longest time it's the Garo who's been a chief minister. We want a Khasi as a chief minister.
Correct.
That image is going to change, and if the more seats that they get from there, it's a good news actually for the NPP. And I would say that with BJP doing that well,
I think what is going to happen here is that the vote share of the BJP will go down, the seat share will go up. No, I'm talking about Tripura.
Okay.
Eventually, you will see the vote share go down. You see, it's quite clear here. The party had only about 1 or 2% vote share till 2018. Then suddenly it becomes the ruling party. It gets 43%, 44%.
Yeah.
Then you have this alliance which is coming up.
Yeah.
Then you have the Tripura Mota which comes in. You fragment the vote. You break the vote. You deal with a volatile political situation. You send Himanta in. You break the vote. You even if the BJP gets 35%, 37% vote share, it's probably going to be winning in Tripura. Subir Bhaumik is with me on air. Subirda, good morning. So far, what do you make of what you are seeing out here? I think it's all very good news for the BJP overall. Subirda, quick word from you. I don't think I can get him there. Kamru, don't be disappointed. You've managed to rout yourself again. The direct impact of the Bharat Todo Yatra on the Congress party viewers. The Congress party has managed to tear itself from whatever little vote share it had left. In fact, it's nowhere. In fact, the remarkable story about the Congress post Bharat Todo Yatra is absolutely nowhere. You've broken every possible electoral cycle. What is the moral of the story? Any lessons, Kamru? You're not saying anything. Rajat, why is he not saying anything? Charu, there is not a word from Kamru today. What happened?
Arnab, can I come in?
Yeah, go on, please.
This communist
basically, Arnab, you see these elections
and not a single
of the
leader
northeast in the
even
three
descended
states.
in the state.
Come on, who is this?
You know, the astonishing thing is the entire state goes into election and not even a single leader of the Congress party even ends up going there for campaign. I mean, how can a political party be so naive about state elections and public sentiments that they don't even go and present a face?
But I think the bigger story is here, the bigger story that I find is the BJP making inroads into Meghalaya, Charu. This is interesting.
Can I come in, please?
Yes.
Absolutely. And Arnab, you know, this is a result east but act east policy of the Narendra Modi government. We've made sure that everything that went on under the guise of development in the northeast has come to a stop, and only development happens. We are making sure that we're reaching every last village in every last hill in the northeast, and that result is showing. So even in Meghalaya, moving on from merely 2 seats 5 years ago to approximately going to be in a position of considerable power, I think it's a huge feat. And
I would like to go across to Shillong.
Clean sweep.
I'd like to go to Shillong. Raymond Kharmujai and Professor Xavier Mao have been waiting for a long time. Can you hear me, Professor Mao? First, Professor Xavier Mao, are you there? Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you very much.
Oh, thank you very much.
Ahead.
Thank you. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I just wanted to first get the numbers out there. I'm sure you're seeing some of these numbers yourself, Professor. And you know what surprises me is that I'm not sure, you know, I have some association with Shillong. I had 3 fantastic years as a student at St. Edmunds a long time back. But I don't know, when I speak to my friends in Shillong, I'm not sure of what really is working for Conrad this time. What is working for the NPP this time?
I think even for the NPP, even this time is strong. I think NPP will get a very good number, both in Garo Hills and also in Shillong, including even Jantia Hills.
But what's working for them? Professor, what's working for them? Is it because they broke away from the BJP, or is this whole question of a Christian vote factor not really relevant in the Northeast anymore?
Well, the BJP has not spelled out the way it has been done in other places. Therefore, the BJP leaders in the Northeast and in Shillong are saying that there is not at all a problem for the minorities, even beef eating or church activity, etc. Absolutely, there's no problem. Therefore, the people think that that is not at all a problem.
That's interesting. Very interesting. Can I just put one question there to Raymond, please? Raymond, can you hear me, Raymond? Raymond, can you hear me? Okay, I'll link up with him in just a minute. Shawan, you were saying something there.
Trinamool seems to be appearing or retaining rather its position as the opposition party going by the numbers.
I find the Shillong numbers very interesting. I would like to go to Bidhayak Das, a senior journalist and
UDP got its numbers,
from Shillong. And before I go across to you, Bidhayak, can you hear me? Bidhayak?
I can hear you, Arnab.
Before that, I want Abhishek to give latest numbers or
all right, to going by seawater, Arnab, the tally as it stands, Leeds available 49 and the seats 60 assemblies, constituencies in the assembly, of which the NPP has, I'm going region-wise, state-wise, the NPP is leading in 19 seats, the BJP in 7, we have INC in 7, and then you have UDP in 6 and the Trinamool in 9.
In 9.
Yes.
So here's the big picture here, Bidhayak. Now these are your numbers. Now with our channel partners and our ground reports, our numbers are even better for the NPP. According to that, the NPP is on 27, BJP is on 8. So between NPP and BJP, though they are not firmly in an alliance, you are at 35 out of 59. You have Trinamool at 9, you had Congress at 8, UDP at 6. So the picture is firming up, Bidhayak, in Meghalaya. My question is that if the NPP falls short of the halfway mark, will they get into an alliance with the BJP or have some kind of a working association with the BJP? You can't stay out of the house. You'll have to participate in the government.
There's a Nagaland model. There was no opposition.
Let's get Shawan, Bidhayak, and then Shawan on that. Yeah, Bidhayak.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, the numbers that are showing NPP 27, BJP 8. I mean, these numbers, just speak for itself. And I think from where I'm sitting in Shillong here, we're seeing again a BJP and NPP government coming back. It doesn't matter what was said during the election. We had the Home Minister, Mr. Amit Shah, actually speaking out against literally the Chief Minister and the kind of corruption charges that were there against the NPP-led government here in Meghalaya. But I think the deal is pretty much done insofar as I can see it. It's the NPP, BJP, and if they need the numbers, there's always the regional party, the UDP. And remember, we still have to, I think the vote count from the rural areas, that is the West Khasi Hills, and all those areas are yet to come in. And that's where you'll get the numbers for the regional parties like the UDP, the the MDP and the other parties and the HSPDP. They are going to get some numbers. These are all going to cobble up into a coalition for the NPP and the BJP to form a government again. That's how I see it right now. And if for some reason, if the NPP does not cross the halfway mark and if the BJP is not willing to come together with the NPP this time, which I think is very unlikely, then I really don't know, because you have the TMC here, which is going to play a part here. TMC is definitely emerging. We see 9 here, but I think the TMC eventually will get somewhere between 12 to 15 seats. That's the prediction, and I think TMC is headed towards that direction.
You know, broad picture again for...
Prime Minister retweeted Pema Khandu's tweet in the morning, which is about some development project which Pema Khandu is...
if you want the national picture here, national picture is that ahead of the 2024 elections, the BJP will enter the government in 3 northeastern states. And I think that's huge. Second national picture here is Congress is completely wiped out. There was a period of time up to which one said Congress is the party to beat. The Congress is the party to ignore in the Northeast. The Congress does not exist. So here we are seeing a situation where, viewers, I have been saying forever, please don't go by what 257 Twitter followers talk on Twitter about the Bharat Todo Yatra. Bharat Todo Yatra has been an unmitigated disaster. The people have completely and totally rejected the Vadra Congress, which is an inconsequential player being in the northeast. It's a non-entity. You are not even a regional party. You have no respect anymore.
That's an overstatement and a biased judgmental
Anyway,
statement that you are putting out here.
Kabro, if that was the case, you know, just look at the numbers right now. Let's look at the numbers right now from Meghalaya itself.
Let me finish. Please have the courtesy.
No, I have a lot of courtesy, but I just have to show the courtesy to Matoshi Longkumar, if he's there, please.
1.5 years in waiting. Thank you.
Yeah, 1 second. Can I just go to Mr. Longkumar, please? He's MLA of the NDPP, joining us from Indecent. Can you hear me, Mr. Longkumar?
Yes.
You've been hearing the commentary, sir, and your thoughts on the overall picture that you're seeing, overall Northeast. I also want you to make a specific comment on how you see the picture in Nagaland, sir.
Nagaland, it is a foregone conclusion. NDPP and BJP is forming the government.
They crossed the halfway mark.
They have, and
Crossed the halfway
all the cabinet ministers.
Yeah, sure.
Just quickly, the deputy chief minister Y. Patton is now leading from TU. Then you have Cognac. Cognac is from the very place, from the Mount district, the very district where there was the huge tussle with the army. There too you have the BJP clearly leading.
Yeah.
And then you have Rio.
But I think you can take the discussion with the NDPP legislator forward while I just look at the total numbers, please. Yeah, go on.
See what BJP
is telling us about the picture in Nagaland. Can you just take it forward with Mr. Longkumar while I look at the numbers, please?
Mr. Longkumar, as far as this was a foregone conclusion, the entire alliance has clearly worked for you. The numbers are really in your favor. NPF seems to have been completely decimated. Your take on this the picture that is emerging right now?
No.
NDPP and BJP coalition will rule the state for another 5 years. People are depending on the center for development of the Northeast. People, in fact, we want the Northeast to be developed, infrastructure, economically, in every aspect. So the people want to go together with the government who is in the center.
Mr. Longkumar, tell me one thing. What is it? What is the reason? I mean, can you give your thoughts on what is remaining of the Congress Party's presence in the Northeast? Nagaland, Tripura, Meghalaya. Why has the Congress Party just over a period of time evaporated, especially last 5 years in the Northeast?
No, it's not audible.
My question to you, Mr. Longkumar, is can I have your thoughts on what has happened to the Congress Party's base in the Northeast? How is it moving? How is it moving all to the regional? Okay, we lost the line, I was told right now. Raymond is with us. Raymond, are you seeing the numbers coming in from Shillong? Shaman, update us with the numbers from Shillong and then I'll take it forward.
Shillong, the NPP is at 13, at least from the C voter numbers, the region wise, if you look at it. Tura also NPP is picking up now.
Shaman is speaking, yeah. You can put your question to him.
Raymond, it does, you know, the bigger picture I would say is that one, the NPP has clear lead, but the BJP there, for a party which had barely any seats, about 2 seats in the last elections, now we are looking at the numbers almost at 8. If it continues, then it's a phenomenal performance by the BJP in the state of Meghalaya.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, like we have seen throughout the campaign, in the run-up to the elections, we have seen leaders from the BJP coming to Shillong and moving. This is the first time that the BJP leaders are going to Tura, to remote areas. So there's a possibility of BJP climbing from 2. In fact, they're going to garner more seats this time.
You know, I was looking at the numbers, Raymond, and two of the seats that the BJP is leading in, and I'm talking about Meghalaya, were won by the Congress last time. For example, the Moisin Ram seat was won by the Congress last time, and BJP is leading. And also Bagmara was won by an independent candidate. So the point I'm making is that the BJP is making big inroads in seats that it was not holding before. Second, Raymond, interestingly out here, and Professor Mao, Bidhayak, out of the 9 seats I saw last time, now TMC is leading in 14. But out of the 9, I found 3 seats that were won by the Congress, Ampati, Chokpot and Mahendraganj, all won by the Congress last time, which means that basic Congress voter has totally switched to the Trinamool Congress. And the Mukul Sangma defection has really worked in the Trinamool Congress's favor. So Mukul Sangma factor is very, very strong. In fact, Trinamool even managed to take a lead in the seats of Gambhir, which was won by the NCP in 2018, Jirang, which was won by the NPP 2018. These are all seats which are proving that major eating into Congress votes by the Trinamool Congress. Subir Bhaumik joining us this morning. Subir da, good morning. You're in Mysore seeing the results from Northeast. The trends are clear. The trends are...
If you are seeing every...
Yeah,
absolutely. I was there covering the elections, but now it helps to see things from a distance, Arnab, doesn't it?
What are you seeing from a distance right now? The numbers flattening out a little bit. We have the Trinamool making some really big gains, interestingly, in the last 15 to 20 minutes. Trinamool, which was leading in about 8, is now going, can I have the Meghalaya numbers on, is now leading in 14 seats. 14 seats out of 59 in Meghalaya. NPP at 22, BJP at 8. So NPP, BJP are at the halfway mark. UDP gets 6. There is no other party. As long as NPP gets more than 20, it is forming the government in some kind of an alliance. But it's not as hung an assembly as people had predicted, Subirda. It's not as hung an assembly as some people had predicted. It seems to be an NPP, BJP government we are looking at.
You see, Arnav, you and me both are from Northeast. People in Northeast don't like hung stuff because they know if there's a hung thing, it does not work in the favor of the state. And therefore, there's a belated tendency in the Northeast, even the smaller states, to give a decisive verdict because they know if they don't have a stable government, if they have too much of Ayaram, Gayaram, which states like Meghalaya has experienced in the past, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
They want a decisive government. And again, the model is Assam. The model is Assam. Assam is the model in the Northeast. And if you look at Assam, there is a stable government, there is development.
That's the point.
And, things are happening. So people elsewhere in the Northeast also wants that kind of a thing to happen. And therefore, people tend to vote decisively. And this Trinamool factor that has come up, it was expected. It was expected. And this actually proves the point that the national leadership of the Congress is inept in handling far-flung states like the Northeast, whereas Mamata Banerjee was seen as a Bengali party, Trinamool Congress, Mamata Banerjee.
There is no energy. You see, the problem with the Congress is, problem in the Congress is, there is no party, there is only a brand Rahul Baba campaign. Rebrand Rahul Baba. And I'm saying this today, please understand, 257 Twitter followers do not determine elections in India and politics in India. Nobody gives a damn for things like Jairam Ramesh's Bharat Toro Yatra. You look at the numbers in Tripura, viewers, right now, and as Subirda joins me, I want to spend a moment talking about Tripura.
Absolutely.
Tripura, please understand, viewers. What has Himanto done? I said earlier, there is no strategy via Himanto. Himanto is the strategy. Himanto is the strategy. And he's done something remarkable. BJP viewers leading in 17 seats. Last time I was looking. Out of these 17, I found 4 seats that were held by the CPM in 2018. What this means is the BJP has really done the absolutely, completely Impossible. It has taken away CPM seats when there is a so-called secular alliance, when there is anti-incumbency, after having changed the chief minister. CPM, out of the seats it was leading, it was only holding seats, meaning that the CPM is not making any additional gains. The CPM is only holding on to some seats. They have not made any gains. There is no incumbency in Tripura. Now, interestingly, the Tripura, the TMP, which is leading in all the seats where the IPFT had won, meaning this is the strategy. Now, come on, tell me about it, Subirda. All the seats the IPFT had won last time are going to TMP now, meaning that the Tripura Mota's promise of Tripuland has gained resonance in the state's tribal belt. You can go around and say, oh, this is, terrible Himanto, devious Himanto, dangerous Himanto, bad Himanto versus good Bharat Todo Yatra, but it has worked. He's broken the vote in the state's tribal belt. And I think he is going to win more seats with a lesser vote share. Yeah.
No, Arnab, let me make things clear here. It's not about Himanto, devious Himanto and all that stuff. The thing is, as Motha gains strength with its separate Tripura land campaign and mobilizes and takes away a lot of tribal voters from the CPM and the other parties towards it, there is a panic in the Bengali population that if Motha has its way and if Maharaj wins a lot of seats, Tripura will be divided. Now, what is the guarantee of, what is the way to stop it? The way to stop it is to decisively vote in favor of a party which can stop Maharaj from breaking up Tripura. Which means what? A party in power in Delhi, which will not concede the demand of Tripura. And this is precisely what Himanto and Amit Shah played up. That Tripura तोड़ने का सवाल नहीं है और हम लोग को वोट दीजिए Tripura नहीं टूटेगा. Now you have to remember that 70% of the population in Tripura are Bengalis, and these are people who have been uprooted over the years from what was East Pakistan and then Bangladesh. The biggest fear in this population is partition. Biggest fear is displacement. Biggest fear is possible, attacks on them in remote areas. So the way to stop it is to decisively vote for a strong national party which has already said no further division of Assam, in fact, no Bodoland separate state, autonomous council is fine.
Tripura, if you see what...
We're getting some more numbers coming in right now. We're getting some more numbers.
Tripura East.
BJP getting 40, which means they are so comfortably... In fact, they have beaten, if go by the leads, they are way ahead of their last... last tally as well, Shravan.
No, you are seeing
BJP
last time they had 36.
You see, a party has to have an election
This
machinery.
is complete ethnic polarization.
They have 39
No,
now.
I agree. That's very nice phrasing from him. He said
This is ethnic polarization.
Ethnic polarization, but I disagree with you in part. Because I'll tell you why. Because I disagree with you. You are calling it ethnic polarization. Why don't you say that there has been a relentless campaign by the BJP? You don't like Himanto, but Himanto has done a door-to-door campaign in Agartala. He has attended 3 rallies in Tripura on a single day. He has attended 3 rallies in Tripura on a single day. He's a master, alliance master.
In Bengal, Trinamool says BJP is outsider party. Is that not
So headline right now is BJP
is bettering its tally of last election.
I'm from Tripura, please try to understand. This polarization, BJP has the organization to capitalize on it. It's not just the polarization that is important. If you don't have the organization to capitalize on it, it doesn't work. So
do not bring in polarization here.
The BJP played on it. BJP said, pardon?
If you think oversimplifying this,
it's a fact of
is,
the polarization started.
Can I speak, please? Can I speak, please?
No, Arnab, can I
the
finish
fact
this?
Is,
can I finish this, Arnab?
Okay, please, and then I will add my bit.
No, here the point is, there is a complete fear with this Tripura land campaign that there will be a division of Tripura. It's an unrealistic proposition, but the Maharaj has played it up to a fever pitch in tribal areas. And that has created a backlash, that has created a counter fear among the majority Bengali population. You have to understand, this rootless, uprooted East Bengali population, they're always scared of partition. This is the fact of life. And therefore, Then the BJP plays it
Sir,
up saying,
you have been repeating yourself.
इस thread को नहीं तोड़ने देगा.
And I still believe that this is an oversimplification of the situation in the northeast, and especially
You have to
Tripura.
repeat
The fact is that Hemanta Dada has been leading by
you have to
example.
repeat. Okay?
Can I please now have my say? I did not interrupt you. Now, oversimplification does not work. The point here is that the way Assam has been progressing, the example is here for the other northeastern states to see. When the other northeastern states see the way a leader can change the fate of a state by good governance, by making sure that the organization is working hard on ground, relentlessly, with a lot of honest devotion, you see the changes. So last time, at a similar time 5 years ago, we thought BJP was doing well in the northeast. Yeah. We are breaking our own records because we have put up a report card which shows the people that we walk the talk. Which shows the people that we mean business.
Can I just say one thing out here? I want to go across to waiting for a long time, Professor Xavier Mao. Finally, we lined him up from Shillong. Professor Xavier, sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. Pankaj is joining us from our Delhi studios. And one thing I would say here, headline, as a certain headline this morning, this is not a sweep. This is a super sweep. So BJP super sweep in Tripura, settled story. Can we move to the other states? There's no point discussing Tripura right now, apart from just probably congratulating Himanta Biswa Sharma on air. And I want to say this about Himanta Biswa Sharma. People say I like him. I don't like him, but you have to appreciate. I like him, but you have to appreciate what he does politically, and you have to realize that his man has built
the elections.
Kamru Chaudhary is your gift to the BJP. Your gift to the BJP. You don't exist.
No,
you exist on Twitter.
Have people in your panel like the BJP spokesperson who have never visited the Northeast, and they are commenting on the politics of the Northeast. You very well know tribalism, money power is the most important factor in the Northeast elections. Time and again, whoever was ruling the center will invariably rule the Northeastern states.
Which works from an air-conditioned office.
It is not a
We are a party which works on the ground.
BJP super sweep in Tripura.
That is helping the BJP
out.
Republic Bangla. The numbers that are coming in from Republic Bangla right now is BJP.
We got an update from Republic Bangla, and Mayuk is going to be live with us in a minute from Republic Bangla. We are going to be going across to Mayuk in some time. Yeah, in some time. But Shawan is telling me that Republic Bangla, which is the number one channel in Bengal and Tripura. By the way, the most popular channel in Bengal and Tripura is Republic Bangla, and Republic Bangla is saying something. Shawan,
has got the maximum number of reporters sending us
numbers
right now. BJP has about 39, Left Front has about 11, Tripura Mata is about 11. So if you look at the alliance of Left and the Congress, completely out. The Congress numbers have really gone down. Tripura Mata is about 11 right now. BJP clear victory.
No, it's clear. Tripura Mata has put paid to any chances that the left Congress alliance would have fancied for themselves. Essentially, the tribal belt. Remember, the Bengali vote remains with the BJP, and the tribal vote goes to the Tripura Mata.
You got Mayuk. You can go across to him. Mayuk from the Republic Bangla newsroom. A lot of excitement there this morning. What are the latest updates from Republic Bangla, Mayuk? What have you been really, by the way, Republic Bangla doing a fantastic job of covering the latest results everywhere, especially in Tripura. They have maximum presence on the ground. You know, I'm told they have hundreds of people on the ground tracking it today. So I want an update from him on that. And by the way, also want to ask you, Mayuk, that I think that you have an important by-election result also that we are waiting for from Sagar Dighi bypoll in Bengal. So you can tell us about that as well. Mayuk, over to you.
Well, Arnab, very good morning, and this is indeed a breaking news situation in Bengal because right now what we are getting in the recent numbers from the by-election in Bengal, first I would like to go into that. The Sagar Dighi numbers, what they are reflecting in the initial stage after the postal ballot and the first and second round, Congress and left is going to win. That is what the basic morning numbers are reflecting. They are leading in Sagar Dighi. It's seats in Murshidabad. It's a minority-dominated constituency. Over 80% of the voters are minorities there, and there Congress and the Left Alliance is leading in all the way. BJP is in the third position.
1 minute. Are you telling me the Trinamool is trailing from here? 1 minute. Are you telling me the Trinamool is trailing from here?
Exactly. Trinamool is trailing from here, and this was a litmus test for Mamata Banerjee after Naushad Siddiqui was arrested, after minorities they flocked the streets regarding Naushad Siddiqui and ISF's arrest, and this was indeed a litmus test in Murshidabad. But right now,
there's what we are seeing here. If that happens, Mayur, would it be fair to say it's an anti-Trinamool vote in a minority-dominated constituency that saw almost 74% voting this time? So people turned out in huge numbers in Sagar Dighi. So it's an anti-Trinamool vote. We're getting news of what is probably an early setback out there from Sagar Dighi, but it's too early to say. I think we're going to have to track this closely. Mayuk, big news there. Sagar Dighi. Mayuk telling us about the big news story from Sagar Dighi. Mayuk, going to come back to you on this very, very fascinating story out there. I mean, look at the way the cookie is crumbling out there from Mamata Banerjee. And she's been going too aggro against anyone who questions her. You know, anyone she doesn't like, she'll put cases. I mean, I lose track of the number of cases she's put against Republic Bangla. But bad times for Mamata, I guess. You know, but good news for Mamata in Bengal at the same time. In Meghalaya, where she's making a significant entry. I want to go across to Professor Xavier Mao from Shillong. Professor Mao, we're seeing the numbers a little bit stable right now from Shillong. NPP BJP alliance is at almost a certainty now. 24 and 12 are the seats that they have, so they can form the government, but only if they are together. What do you think, Professor? 10,
at this stage, of course, very difficult to say.
Yeah.
But definitely they can have an alliance. And if their number is short of absolute majority, other smaller party can even join and form a coalition government. So there is not a problem at all. But I feel at this stage a little bit too early to say.
Well, in fact,
okay. But Professor, if you, Shawan, you want to take the next question?
Just an update with regards to the numbers. If you really look at the BJP, how they are doing well, this is at the cost, surprisingly, it's at the cost of the Congress party in the state of Meghalaya, because at least about 3 seats where the BJP is leading. Previously, it was won by the Congress party, and some seats, of course, with the NPP. The number here is almost about 10 that we are putting out as far as. Let's put out the Meghalaya numbers right now. Let's put out the Meghalaya numbers.
Decimated.
Congress has been it's nowhere in the picture. Actually, the big picture is that Congress has been completely decimated in the state of Meghalaya. BJP makes that huge entry of almost 10 right now. Trinamool Congress, can you imagine BJP and Congress? BJP and the Trinamool Congress almost neck to neck. It's 10 and 11. So if it'll be in a short while from now, we should actually try and go across to Conrad also. Professor Mao, it's very clear. It's very clear. Do you see the BJP and the NPP coming together, leaving no room this time for the smaller, the regional parties? It's the NPP, BJP coming together.
Well, for the UDP, I cannot say that they will not win sufficient number. UDP may, towards the end, win a good number, but the other party, yes, as you have rightly said, I don't see any possibility at all. Not only in Meghalaya, but even in Nagaland, Congress has been completely decimated. That I agree. And in the northeast, the general trend is whichever big ruling party is there at the center, they all almost blindly follow that. So with that general trend, I think we can fairly conclude that definitely BJP and its major party can form an alliance.
But this was the last opportunity, wasn't it? I mean, for the Congress in Meghalaya in a way.
Yeah, but now at this stage, Congress is almost decimated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, in fact,
but if they want to be further decimated just a little bit, if this is not enough, they should certainly send Rahul Gandhi, because I mean we must only if Rahul Gandhi and Jairam Ramesh go to northeast can they decimate it further.
You know, in fact, if Conrad Sangma is watching today, last in 2018 elections, Arnab, when he sat with us, his numbers were increasing the moment he sat on Republic TV. In fact, Conrad should be joining us in a short while from now.
But we got Shornali from Agartala, Smita Prakash joining us live, so let's keep moving fast. Shornali, good morning. Shornali from Republic Bangla, who's reporting from Agartala. So this is like a super sweep. Eta to mane janina expect korechilo ki na, eta to mane super sweep hoye geche. Almost 40 seats are there for the BJP. So how are people responding in Agartala? Is this on expected lines? Is this what was expected, Shornali?
Yeah, Arnab, good morning. It's almost 9 a.m. and though it's too early to say, but it's clear that the trend is towards BJP, towards the Gerua Brigade. We said as we said that, and right now the situation is almost 39. BJP is leading in 39 seats, and Mokha is leading almost 10 seats, and CPM left is leading in almost 12 seats. That right now we are in Umakanto Academy, where the main counting is going on. And it's almost 1 hour, and the trend is a little bit slowly it's clear to us. And one more thing which is very important, that from West Bengal, TMC contested in 28 seats in Tripura, and very strong allegation which is made by BJP State President Rajiv Bhattacharya. He said, he just came before few minutes, he said that TMC spent so much of money for this election, for campaigning, for candidate also, which is, I think, very strong comment, that TMC is spending crores on the campaign and also for the candidate. So it's a very important update, I think, because yesterday also Shubhendu Adhikari from West Bengal, he made a strong allegation that from West Bengal TMC came here just for vote political tourism, election tourism and they spent so much of money, and the money is collected from the corruption from West Bengal, which is very strong comment. And right now we are here, and the people are saying that definitely BJP has got only 5 years, and 2 years almost they didn't able to work for COVID, and in 3 years they did lots of work. So people of Tripura, they are really interested. They are really want that if they want to give another chance to BJP. And yesterday we spoke to King Pradot Kishore Manikko Bahadur, and he said that off the record he is very clearly said that he is also thinking about post-poll alliances, and which is inclined to BJP. So it's clear that BJP is a very strong side in Tripura. And the other side, that we spoke to Sudip Roy Bormon, the one promising candidate for Congress, and we saw that whenever we are asking for the question of alliances left and Congress, he almost just lost her temper, and he said that the entire exit poll for Tripura is completely fake and completely it's a promotion for BJP, and there was no exit poll.
I've been hearing that.
It's clear that they are very.
Yeah, I've been hearing that, Shornali.
So they said that complete exit polls.
Yeah. But I'll tell you on a lighter note, the Congress party needs a political root canal surgery. They should go to Manik Saha. Manik Saha is a dentist. Do you know Manik Saha? Shornali, Manik Saha is a dentist. Shornali, are you there? Manik Saha is a dentist by profession, right? Before he joined the BJP 2016, he has a good dental practice, and
was a Congress person and did not contest the elections, has kept a low profile.
But you know, really just look at the numbers. Shornali, I'm going to come back to you. Thank you so much for that update. I'm going to come back to you with more news from Tripura. But just look at the number from you see, if Tripura is a super sweep, I don't know what to call Nagaland. Nagaland is a one-way ticket.
And the opposition did
it's
not
a
even
one-way.
contest all the
It's a
seats.
one-way ticket.
They gave up before the first vote was polled.
No, you see, I just have a before I go across, I'll go to Smita next. But the Alungtai seat, party president Temjen Imna Along candidate, right? We have a tic tac with him, which just came in from our reporter. Can I just play that out? And by the way, before I go across to that, viewers, I want to just tell you right now numbers from Nagaland: 49 seats
and almost all cabinet
leads,
ministers. In fact, if you see,
which means the BJP has 80% seat share in Nagaland. Are you telling me that?
Almost of the nine
49 of the 60 viewers going to the BJP, and the Congress is at 2.
And of the 9 cabinet ministers,
let's play that, please listen.
The state BJP president of Nagaland, Temjen Imna Longkumer. Temjen, I would like to know from you your first reaction as the results, the counting process have started and results have started to reflect.
I think the PDA alliance of the NDPP BJP will come with an absolute majority. And as the counting has already started, we are looking forward for the mandate of the people, which we fought together on the theme of peace and development. And that has been the main theme on which we have fought. And we know that the mandate of the people will be with the alliance. And under the chief ministership of Honorable Chief Minister Rio, the government on the 14th Nagaland Legislative Assembly will be formed.
Whenever there is an higher voter turnout, people say that it is an anti-incumbency wave. But in Nagaland, we have seen that despite a very high voter turnout of around 85% plus, it is a pro-incumbency wave that we have witnessed. How would you like to explain it?
We have to remember that the leadership of Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Honorable Prime Minister of our country, is the driving force behind the alliance also here in Nagaland. And Modi ji's programs, Modi ji's vision, and Modi ji's double engine sarkar have been perforated down even in our state of Nagaland to the last village here. And so the alliance, the PDA, NDPP and BJP alliance has come about with the trust and with the belief and with the blessings of Shri Narendra Modi ji, our most loved Honorable Prime Minister. And that is the brand which is selling in Nagaland also. That's why pro-incumbency.
One particular question in this regard, you have said that there is brand Modi which is selling here in Nagaland. In Nagaland, there were a lot of challenges that BJP particularly faced because there were various groups which tried to color the BJP as a saffron party, and hence that the people of Nagaland should oppose it. But the results today, as it is reflecting, doesn't show any resistance as far as the mandate is concerned. It is the people who have embraced BJP wholeheartedly. In how this mechanism was built, how you made it happen.
See, to be branded as saffron party, obviously, I would put it this way. What does saffron mean is also a matter of our thought process. It is a very beautiful color and it is inclusive. Now, religion is the oldest, gimmick that has been played negatively in all politics. But if you look at our state here in Nagaland, we know very well Modi ji's vision towards the Northeast and Nagaland has not been targeted or deprived for any particular religious sect or party. It is for all. And so, the very propaganda of many other issues which may be relevant for some places in the rest of the country cannot be used as a weapon in a state like Nagaland, where people are faithful Christians. We know our place, we know our faith, and at the same time, we know the party and the leader called Narendra Modi ji and Amit Shah ji and Nadda ji and Santosh ji, who are very resilient to make sure that development and progress and peace comes to Nagaland.
When you were talking about peace, my one specific question that I have regarding the Naga political issue, the talks are on and no conclusion is witnessed here. Are you hopeful that
this alliance of the BJP NDPP is now at 50 out of 60 in Nagaland, and in Meghalaya the number right now, if I can have that, is I think about 32, 24 and 11. 35 out of 59 is NPP BJP together, right? And you have about 40 out of 60 in Tripura for BJP. So Smita, what's the bigger headline? I mean, if you were to draw a bigger inference from all this, read a broad trend, this is the first of the semi-finals leading up to 2024. What would you say?
Yeah, so if I was to just see an overall picture, just remember that this is an area which the BJP is looking to get more seats come the 2024 elections. They need more numbers from here. So it's a kind of a semi-final for them. But amazing numbers coming from Nagaland. Just remember, it's a Christian majority state. So, you know, the fact that the BJP is doing so well and it's Rio's clout and the NPF's decline that has steadily been growing, and the BJP has managed to, or the combined, the NDPP BJP combined, they seem to be working towards a majority, and it's a statement that you know, this whole thing about BJP being a Hindu majoritarian and all that, it's obvious here, the numbers that are coming in from the three northeastern states, that Hindu majoritarian card that is always thrown at BJP has not worked. People want to see results on the ground. In Tripura, I think what you were saying is right, that you know, that the Manik Saha bet has worked for the BJP, his low profile, and I saw the crowds that were coming in. I was there in Agartala. I saw the crowds that were coming in for the rally of Amit Shah. Manik Saha has this, you know, this quiet way of functioning, which is appreciated. Pradyut is doing pretty well as a newcomer. He's managed to make a score. I think that is to be appreciated too. Whether he's eaten into the left parties or the remnants of the Congress remains to be seen. But Meghalaya is the surprising thing. The TMC is creeping in, and I think that whole Bengali outsider tag that the TMC was getting, that doesn't seem to have worked, and whether it doesn't look likely that they will team up with the Congress. It's been so bitter, the parting of ways between the two parties. So it will throw up. I think Meghalaya will be interesting.
You know, you just mentioned there. You mentioned there about Meghalaya and the Congress Party. I want to go to Bikram Banerjee in Kolkata. Bikram, good morning. Arnab here.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning. You know, we were looking at Meghalaya. I first want a comment from you on what you think is the overall results trend from a Trinamool Congress perspective, because I'm also seeing a very interesting trend coming in from Shagor-Dighi, which is a strong minority population, where I was told last update from Republic Bangla is that Congress left was leading. But we'll talk about Shagor-Dighi later. From Mamata Banerjee's perspective and from Abhishek's perspective, what would the results so far in Tripura and Meghalaya indicate?
See, I personally feel Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee is not a factor in Tripura and as well as Meghalaya, because their campaign, their popularity and whatever maybe, that is only restricted in Bengal. And outside Bengal, there is nothing what they can gather any votes, not they have any popularity in any other states in India. So far as Tripura is concerned, it is in the morning trend. It's showing that 10 to 12 seats which they are leading. But it happens here and there because Congress party is also a split. And I personally feel that in the overall these northeastern states, BJP has a big factor. And I personally also feel that Modi factor, what is called Modi magic, that is also a big factor which is occurring among the voters as well as the common people, which is raising so much of votes as well as so much of seats, and as well as the people of particular in each and every states where BJP is gaining more and more, you can say popularity, or the more and more the voters are giving votes for this political party. It seems that they are in a stronger position as of in the morning trend show.
Absolutely. I agree with you, Bikram, there. And I want to go back to just a minute to Shubirda on this. I was analyzing the trend from Meghalaya. Shubirda, you know it well. The Congress, which has emerged as the single largest party every time, never winning less than 20 of the 60 seats, this time is the biggest loser. So first comment on that, and because one of our guests earlier said that whichever is the major or the leading party in Delhi usually centralizes its position in Northeast, it was felt that the BJP may not be able to do that because of this saffron party image. But that, of course, does not cut any ice. But the sense here is, when I'm looking detailed way at the Congress result, I'm actually following the Congress very closely in Northeast this time, because the question is not what happens to the Congress, Subirta. The question is where the Congress vote goes. Yeah. And I have a few extrapolation. My first point I want to make, Subirta, to you is that to me it appears, and people may be shocked at this, that about half the Congress vote goes to the BJP. Yes. This is, people may not agree with me on this, but I'm telling you that's the trend I'm seeing, and that half the Congress vote goes to the BJP. And then the question then is, Subirda, after that, where does the rest of the half go? In this case, the rest of the half primarily goes to the Trinamool Congress in Bengal. So, what do you make of that?
Well, I'll tell you, Arnab, I quite agree with you, and I have an explanation for this. There is a certain amount of voters who always in the Northeast want to vote for an important national party. It used to be Congress in the good old days, Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi's time. But now with the weakening of the Congress at the national level, this particular voting segment, which thinks Northeast future lies with India, Northeast future does not lie with some of the secessionist forces who have been running around with guns all these years, this is the voting population, and this cuts across ethnic lines, may I tell you that, who want a strong national party and their presence in the state to accelerate the process of development. That's what counts for them. Yeah. And these are the people who, when they thought Congress has lost out, Congress has lost its way, thought BJP is the national political alternative in the region. So for them, the big national party is also the big regional party in a way. They are the people. And when you have the same faces switching over from Congress to BJP, bringing the same kind of understanding of local politics, Himanta Biswa Sarma is the classic example. He's a Congress product. But the way he comes into BJP and then, he plays out across the region, replacing. So the Congress does not have something like that anymore. They don't have a Santosh Mohan Dev. They have lost out Himanta Biswa Sarma. They have smaller lightweights in the region. And therefore, this segment of population, which believes that their state should be rolled not by some chota-mota regional party, but some big, national party, to join the region with the nation and continue the process of development, look east and all that, they automatically switch to BJP. They won't vote for one of the regional parties. It's only those voters who are driven by regional passions, like some tribal voters in Tripura this time would vote for the Maharaj, because they think, greater Tripura land. Whether it is possible or not, they won't even think. Just the appeal of this whole slogan brings them behind the Maharaj. So they don't think that, if the central, and therefore,
it's not a very good day for the Trinamool, Subirda. I have an update again from Republic. It's not a good day for the Trinamool. From the Mamata Banerjee's perspective, you know, the entry of the BJP, the inability to really strike
Can I come to Sagar Digi?
Sagar Digi, can I get Mayuk on Sagar Digi? Sagar Digi and Republic is the only national channel tracking Sagar Digi.
I have an explanation for that.
Can I just get the update and I'll come to you for the explanation after that. Viewers, this is the big result. That's where the Lutyens media gets it totally wrong. The Lutyens media does not have any idea how to read signals. They have no idea of journalism. They don't know anything of what happens on the ground. They're a walking, talking disaster out there, looking disheveled and shorn and dissatisfied every morning of the result. Sagar Digi, Republic Bangla tracking. Mayuk, first tell our national audience why Sagar Digi is important. One. Then, what has happened in Sagar Digi? And B, C, will the trend change in the next 1 hour or so, say? Sagar Digi is a bipole in Bengal, by the way. Yeah.
Well, Arnab, Sagar Digi, yes, Arnab, Sagar Digi in Murshidabad. The bipole is happening there because of the fact that the Trinamool MLA he passed away recently, and one curious thing is happening in Sagar Digi since morning from the postal ballots. That's usually the votes of the sarkari the people, the government employees. There also the left and Congress is leading, and then when the EVM counting started in the first and second round also, now the lead is almost 700. Cong and left are leading in 700 votes. Trinamool is trailing. Trinamool is in the second position, and earlier also Shubhendu Adhikari said,
How big is the gap? 1 minute. Explain to me how big is the gap? How big is the gap? It's
700 is the gap in the second round of election. Almost 75% of the voting happened, and that's huge, Arnab.
So that's interesting. So the reading I'm getting out here, Subrashta, is that Trinamool doesn't do very well in Tripura. Trinamool doesn't do extremely well in Meghalaya. It makes a mark, but Trinamool loses or is being really challenged in its own base with government employees, local anger, and also this is a minority-dominated state. So minority vote moving away from Mamata Banerjee at a time when she's been really at odds with several leaders. So Mamata Banerjee can I get Mayuk on the right? The big story that I'm getting out here is Mamata Banerjee Trinamool Congress's ambitions outside Bengal may have the party distracted and losing in its own base in Bengal. Can I have Mayuk on the right, please, because you're commenting on Sagar Digi. Yes, Subrashta.
Yes, Arnab, you are right. The only reading that I have for the TMC in the northeastern states is that Mamata Banerjee is really trying to expand her base, no doubt about it. But the whole narrative that the BJP has been fielding, that she has been, sort of giving a lot of credence to Bangladeshi migrants, does not go down well either in Meghalaya or on Tripura.
Sorry, I have to cut you short there because
why all the outsider
right
insider
addressing the G20 foreign ministers. I'll cut to that and just come back to you in a bit.
Is in crisis today. The architecture of global governance created after the Second World War was to serve two functions. First, to prevent future wars by balancing competing interests. Second, to foster international cooperation on issues of common interests. The experience of the last few years, financial crisis, climate change, pandemic, terrorism, and wars clearly shows that global governance has failed in both its mandates. We must also admit that the tragic consequences of this failure are being faced most of all by the developing countries. After years of progress, we are at risk today of moving back on the sustainable development goals. Many developing countries are struggling with unsustainable debt while trying to ensure food and energy security for their people. They are also the ones most affected by global warming caused by richer countries. This is why India's G20 presidency has tried to give a voice to the global south. No group can claim global leadership without listening to those most affected by its decisions. Excellencies, you are meeting at a time of deep global divisions. As Foreign Minister, it is but natural that your discussions are affected by the geopolitical tensions of the day. We all have our positions and our perspectives on how this tension should be resolved. However, as the leading economies of the world, we also have a responsibility toward those who are not in this room. The world looks upon the G20 to ease the challenges of growth, development, economic resilience, disaster resilience, financial stability, transnational crime, corruption, terrorism, and food and energy security. In all these areas, the G20 has capacity to build consensus and deliver concrete results. We should not allow issues that we cannot resolve together to come in the way of those we can. As you meet in the land of Gandhi and the Buddha, I pray that you will draw inspiration from India's civilizational ethos to focus not on what divides us, but on what unites us. Excellencies, in recent times, we have seen the most disastrous pandemic of a century. We have witnessed thousands of lives lost in natural disasters. We have seen global supply chains break down during times of stress. We have seen stable economies suddenly overwhelmed by debt and financial crisis. These experiences clearly show the need for resilience in our societies, in our economies, in our healthcare systems, and in our infrastructure. The G20 has a critical role to play in finding the right balance between growth and efficiency on one hand and resilience on the other. We can reach this balance more easily by working together. That is why your meeting is important. I have full trust in your collective wisdom and ability. I am sure that today's meeting will be ambitious, inclusive, action-oriented, and will rise above differences. I thank you and wish you all the best for a productive meeting.
Was the Prime Minister addressing the G20 summit, the Prime Minister's address to the G20 foreign ministers meet that has started? Keeping a close track on the election results, the big news now emerging from the state of Meghalaya, Nagaland and Tripura. The latest numbers quickly, let's just go through the numbers that we're getting in from the state of Meghalaya, where the NPP stands at about 24, the BJP is at 9, UDP at 8 and Trinamool Congress about 12. That's the big picture that's emerging right now. Smita Prakash, just a quick word from you with regards to what's really happening in the state of Meghalaya. We see the Prime Minister's roadshow and also, Nalin Kohli is also joining us right now from Nagaland. Just a quick word from Nalin Kohli and then Smita, I'll come to you. As far as Nagaland is concerned, a clean sweep, the NDPP and the BJP. And the Congress has been completely decimated in a state where they had a hold for a very long time, Nalin Kohli.
So I'll request you to bear with me for a minute or two, because actually I am Prabhari of Nagaland, and before this I was Prabhari of Meghalaya, Mizoram and Manipur. So I've been in the Northeast in the last 1 decade, been given party assignments. So I think there are many points to make. The first is that the focus on the Northeast started under Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee, which was a look east policy. Then he set up the Department of Northeast Affairs and he set up the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. And then under Prime Minister Modi, it's gone to another level. Look East has become Act East. And the focus on the Northeast is absolutely phenomenal. Prime Minister Modi himself has visited the Northeast about 51 times. That is more than all Prime Ministers before him. They've never visited the Northeast so much. 400 plus visits by ministers once in every 15 days. Infrastructure development is at a different level. Prime Minister Modi was speaking at Shillong and he had pointed out that prior to his government coming in 2014, the total amount of money spent by Government of India for infrastructure in the Northeast was less than 2 lakh crores. In the last 8 years, it is 7 lakh crores. Highways, internet, infrastructure, airways, airports, railways. In Nagaland, that is what is giving us great benefit, or even in other states. In Nagaland, we have been in coalition with the NDPP. Chief Minister Rio has been here. We have, like last time, contested in an alliance. They have contested 40 seats. The BJP has contested 20. Our agenda has been absolutely positive, peace and development. And it's reflecting. In Nagaland, people want development. They want peace. And they have faith on this alliance. They have faith on Prime Minister Modi. If I may just point out that Home Minister Amit Shah is the first Home Minister in the history of India to spend a night in eastern Nagaland in Mon Town. He came for 2 days. JP Nadda ji launched the joint campaign, launched our vision document. Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma campaigned along with the Chief Minister, campaigned otherwise. A whole galaxy of leaders. So these people have, all of these leaders have come, been here as karyakartas, brought the message of development, shown that message in implementation on the ground, and we believe that's why we are getting such a spectacular blessing from the people of Nagaland, as also from other states.
Nalin, Arnab here, good morning. You know, I want your thoughts on the fact that many people are saying BJP has become the natural party which has replaced the Congress there. When you look at the Congress party story in the Northeast today, Meghalaya, where it had won 21 seats, is down to 5. Nagaland, where the Congress won its highest tally of 53 in 1998, the party has drawn a blank. A blank. You know, Bharat Todo lovers, please wake up. Lutyens media knows nothing. It should resign en masse today. Tripura is the only consolation, where the party got 0 last time, it has got 3 this time. So I just want your thought on whether it's just a shift of the vote from the Congress or something more.
Thank you, Arnab, and nice to connect with you. It's an important question. I think we need to look at the Northeast, and who better to discuss it than you on this show today. I think there are many things here. The BJP has been working in the Northeast for several decades. But I think the change in the northeast and the spectacular movement happened with 3 steps. Prime Minister Vajpayee's focus with an look east policy. Yeah. And then I think when Dr. Himanta Biswa Sarma joined the BJP, I think he strengthened and brought it to a new level. And I think what has happened is he tied up the various alliances. He made that political entry with his skill sets and with his track record. I think he took it. And Prime Minister Modi has brought it to a level I don't think you can compare it with the Congress.
If I may,
just for the reasons I pointed out, Prime Minister Modi's personal involvement in the
Northeast is famous for incumbency. Northeast is famous for incumbency, anti-incumbency. And I find that the BJP is beating incumbency. Smita, particularly the BJP beat incumbency, Subrashta Smita, in Tripura in a big way. I'm very curious. How do you beat incumbency in the Northeast? Because Northeast sometimes votes like Himachal,
this is, sorry. Yeah, are you asking me?
Yeah, to you, Smita. Yeah, to you first and then to Subrashta. Yeah.
Sure. Smita ji, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, before the incumbency, Nalin just mentioned about the Northeast and the development works which went down out there. One thing I think he needs to also focus, or others can also focus also, is that about, the fact that Northeast India, we had the look east policy, yes, since 1992, but look at it from the national security perspective also. With, since the 62 war, the problem always has been that poor border infrastructure we have boundary disputes, whether it is with China or with all the 7 or 8 sisters that you want to talk about, the Ashtalakshmi. So when you have all these insurgency problems, when you have, bridges, corridors not there, then what happens is that our external enemies take advantage of that. So now that this Act East policy and with the border infrastructure improving, so there's a multi-pronged approach that when you have internal stability, it's only then that we can combat an external aggression, and external aggression is there. For us to pretend that we don't have an enemy on the eastern sector is putting wool over our eyes. So now development and having political stability in east is extremely important. So that is that national security perspective that needs to be looked at, so that you don't have a return of insurgency and all. And imagine, Arnab, you are from Northeast India. Our parents remember the time when, when they talk about that, we didn't even know in the 60s whether Nagaland would stay on with India, that there was that kind of a separatist movement. Today we are talking about so-called Hindu or Saffron Party, Saffron Surge. You'll see all these op-eds which will come about Nagaland, and you will see that you have this kind of return to power of a so-called Hindu majoritarian party, which is going to come in a Christian majority state. Nothing that we should be shy about.
No, I think the point on insurgency you make, and now just coming to you, Nalin, I'll go to Subrashta and Ratan Sharda also, because they've been waiting, but it's a very important point. And viewers, Tripura has an 840-kilometer long border with Bangladesh, and Tripura has been very prone to insurgency. But if you see, last year there was only one case of insurgency. 2009 there were 19, right? And it's one thing is clear, that the insurgency problem in Tripura has been solved largely. We tend to ignore these things, Subrashta, when we do political analysis. We only look at, did the IPFT vote go to the Tripura Motha, who's polarized the ethnic vote, etc. But we don't look at issues of governance like the ability to subdue insurgency. Subrashta.
Yes, Arnab, with respect to Tripura, let's understand that, TMC wanted to sort of take advantage of the situation in Tripura, as in the other northeastern states. But Tripura and Meghalaya have been TMC's chief focus. Now, why they did that is also important, and this will contextualize the conversation. Rahul Gandhi, for all his bravado with respect to Bharat Jodo Yatra, never visited the any of the 3 northeastern states which went to polls. Now, this should be put on record, because Congress and left have an alliance in Tripura.
No, and Congress and left with Shillong.
He went once to Shillong, he says.
That's a wrong. Rahul Gandhi visited Shillong. He campaigned very actively. Subrashta, get your facts.
Yeah, all right, Mr. Kamru. He visited Shillong. I stand corrected, and that is why most of your leaders left Congress and joined the TMC. So, congratulations to Rahul Gandhi's stellar and successful, parade.
That's a different issue altogether, Subrashta. That's a different issue altogether.
Please don't try to.
Do you know what Northeast politics all about?
Why can't we listen to an analysis here? I'm trying to bring certain facts to the table, Mr. Kamru. It was not a part of your political strategy to win Meghalaya that Rahul Gandhi visited Shillong. All right, you also know it. I also know it. It was a cosmetic exercise, and look at what that cosmetic exercise did. What I'm trying to say is that despite all your bravado with respect to Bharat Jodo Yatra, look at what you've done in Tripura. You have a left and a formidable alliance of a left and Congress. Also, you are in talks with Tripura Motha. But what is the result? What is the result?
Here comes the role of the Trinamool Congress in here.
Oh. Sir,
let me, Arnab, if you please allow me a minute, then let me analyze the role of TMC in helping the BJP
TMC is the second largest party today. What are you saying? What are you saying? Where is your base?
You're not there.
You know it. Your leaders deserted
out of the 21 MLAs, out of the 21 Congress MLAs that the TMC has bought, 10 of them are losing the elections.
So everybody buys your MLAs. Why don't you get your house in order, Mr. Kamru? You're sounding
pathetic. You cannot replace the basically out of the 60 seats in Meghalaya.
I just
Congress
wanted to focus on my attention on
almost
Tripura
60 of them very new.
You're disturbing Pankaj on the right.
New people in the assembly elections.
Let her complete her point. It's okay. We have a lot to discuss about the Congress. Don't worry. Republic will not stop the focus on the Congress. Republic will not stop the focus. I will focus on the Congress today. The voter may not have focused, but I will. Yeah.
Look at what happened in Tripura, Arnab. The Congress party leader, Sudeep Roy Burman, was supposed to join the TMC. The deal fell through. We all know that. The TMC said that he was good enough to split the BJP, etc., etc. He could have been the CM in the ousting and all of that. But then he fought with Abhishek Banerjee. And then today, the Congress, the CPI-M, the tribal party, the Tripura Motha, all of them may form an electoral alliance to defeat the BJP, if at all the results show this kind of an alliance taking up this thing. But let us see the strategy of Congress in Tripura. Tripura Motha has made it absolutely clear that it will not ally with any party without their written assurance for a
I want to bring in one angle here. And Nalin, I know you've been waiting, but I need to bring this in before I come to you. And in fact, I'll come to you and everyone after that. They say Bharat Jodo Ratan Sharda. But in Meghalaya and Nagaland, the Congress party used only the religion card. They said, and they were very clear, they tried to tell people, you are Catholic, you are Christian, you are Catholic, vote for Congress. I mean, this is the problem. And they said the Baptist Council has asked in Nagaland for you to vote for secular forces, so vote for the Congress. They didn't say vote for the Congress because we'll do anything for you. They said, Ratan Sharda, vote for the Congress because you're Christian.
Arnab, you have got...
And I think the Christian voter felt very demeaned at this kind of an attitude, and they're fed up with this attitude. Ratan Sharda, over to you.
Arnab, this has been the tragedy of Northeast, that Congress always treated it something which is outside the purview of mainland politics or the Indian politics. It was like a dark corner of a vote bank which you go every 5 years to collect votes, ally with church, ally with separatists, ally with militants. And their basic feeling was that somehow Northeast doesn't belong to India. It is forcefully been together because they've been reading on English history. Because of this, Northeast never got justice. With Atalji starting that trend, and as Nalin just pointed out, continuous focus on Northeast. Let us not look at only for political, only election point of view. To my mind, it's very important that Northeast feels totally integrated with India, and that is what has happened. The kind of development has gone on. So from the point of view of saying that BJP is manipulating Northeast and getting that governance and position, this election proves that BJP has become a party of governance. It is being relied upon and very successfully has total trust of the people, like Tripura has shown. To me, the biggest news in Meghalaya, as the Nagaland, which was always in the grip of church and separatists, it has not decided to join the mainstream, and it has rejected all kind of separatism. See the decline of the parties which talked of separatism, which talked of boycott. And in the Meghalaya, of course, decline of Congress from the main about to rule party to a party in the waiting to go down the numbers is a tragedy for it, because it is never focused. Rahul may come to Northeast. Sir, Rahul may come to Northeast, but your continuous focus on separatist parties. See, the Congress and leftist alliance hasn't worked. Congress and leftist alliance in Bengal, in Tripura, in North, it doesn't work. So this new style of politics, where two totally inimical political forces come together,
what happened?
In position of strength, has failed. People have seen through, because they don't go together in any way. The Congress effort to rise on people's piggyback has failed totally.
So I think after this, the impact will be on in the run-up to 2024. This constant talk of party being the natural party for the opposition, leading opposition party, glue for the opposition. What happens, Pankaj, to that now? Who's going to say that? As Farooq Abdullah said, forget being a glue, first you learn to win.
Yeah, and Abhishek mentioned Farooq Abdullah or no, in Tamil Nadu, there is an erode bipole, erode east, and Congress is essentially piggybacking on DMK. So, I mean, the opposition understands that wherever they're winning, they cut seats.
In fact, I find strong similarities between the Congress approach and the approach of the Communist Party of India, Pankaj. You know, you have a party office, but that's all you have. You've got nothing. You've got a party president and a party office, but you have nothing. It's a very similar road like for CPI. You understand? Your fate is also like the CPI, Communist Party of India. Not CPM also. You're heading in that direction, Pankaj. Right? It's a very fantastic lead up to 2024 for you. Congratulations.
The dimensions of northeastern politics are different. Everyone knows this.
Different from what?
You know, people in northeastern states, they want to go for a party which is ruling the center. It was the case earlier also when Congress was in power. Northeastern states.
No, what do you mean by dimensions of northeast are different?
BJP is there,
Northeast, please don't be patronizing to the northeast. Don't be patronizing to the northeast. I'm sorry, this is very wrong. No, Himachal reflects the country, but northeast does not reflect India.
In the name of politics being different, they are trying to keep it separate.
But Nalin is raising. Can I have Nalin? Nalin wanted to say something to that. Nalin.
But this is a fact.
I can't see them on screen.
Or not.
Arnab,
I mean, BJP.
No, what do you mean?
Where is the Congress party and its leaders reach? Everything is about patronizing and treating the Northeast in a manner as if, "Arey, ye to aise hi rehte hain." What is it? Why do they not believe it to be just as any other part of India? Why don't they believe?
I don't have to guess.
It's been a hard work to build that bridge, to make sure that the Northeast must be in the same tree. They must be an engine of their
strong
own
objections coming in. I have Bidhayak Das. Bidhayak Das wants to make a comment from Shillong to that rather awful comment made by the Congress supporter. Yes, please, Bidhayak.
Yes, Arnab, and I mean, Congress representative, I'm sorry, he's been constantly mentioning money, and I want to come in here. It's not that money, I mean, it's not that the Congress has not spent money in the earlier. Every party has spent money in elections, you need money. Forget that. Constantly we are talking about, I think Smita has actually brought out a very important point, and I think this is something that we need to think about, the security perspective. Look at the Northeast today. I'm from the Northeast. I've been a journalist here for a longest time, and I've been out and I've seen the Northeast, and I was recently traveling around Arunachal and all of that. All over, the development index, it's just gone from, I don't know where we were, 10 years back, 20 years back, and today actually we're talking about the kind of development that we get to see in front of us. And you had asked a question earlier, I think, which is very important at the beginning, that why is it that with all the corruption charges and whatever, NPP, Conrad Sangma is again back and they have the numbers. I think one thing that you've got to give it to Mr. Conrad Sangma and also the BJP here in Meghalaya or wherever, in all the other 3 states, they are always very visible. They are willing to take it head on. You are there are allegations. Okay, there are allegations. The BJP is not said that no, we are not hiding. We're not brushing things under the carpet. We are there to answer these questions that are being asked of us. I think this is very important for the Congress. I have seen the campaign in Meghalaya a bit and not too much. I think the Congress is completely in a disarray. And our Congress representative was saying that these are all new members, these are all new faces. Hello, it doesn't matter, new faces or old faces. You have the Trinamool Congress today, at least in Meghalaya, they're showing 9. I won't be surprised if they get 12 at the end of the day. And you say Trinamool Congress here is winning not because of Mamata Banerjee and not because of what the Trinamool Congress is. It's because of Mukul Sangma, Mr. Charles Pingrope and the leaders that are there. They are actually carrying their image as leaders in Meghalaya and winning these seats for the Trinamool Congress, which is very important. But lastly, I just also want to say this, that I won't be surprised if tomorrow, after the results are out, the Trinamool Congress is not the Trinamool Congress anymore. I don't want to say more than that. I leave it to you to decide what the Trinamool Congress could become. And then we have a BJP government and probably we'll have a different chief minister.
Because it has been said before that the Mukul Sangma is the Trinamool Congress and the Trinamool Congress is Mukul Sangma.
True, absolutely.
So are you saying Mukul Sangma may leave the Trinamool Congress?
Well, you see, I want to play the devil's advocate here. I won't be surprised if Mukul Sangma and the entire the entire gang, I mean in terms Mr. Charles Pingrope, Mukul Sangma and all the other people would actually tomorrow be part of the BJP. I mean, I'm not saying the BJP is breaking the
Nalin,
TMC,
could that happen?
But
Nalin, could that happen? Nalin Kohli.
Well, I think...
Wow.
Wow. It can happen, by the way, Smita. It has happened before.
I think the point is very interesting. No. Let me just say something, Mr. Goswami. The important point is that the focus always in the Northeast to a large extent, and I would put Assam in a different bracket, in most states of the Northeast was an individual-centric election. What has changed with the BJP's involvement here is that we also have an organization, we also have an agenda to the individual. So I think both are important. In Meghalaya, as far as I see it, that the Trinamool was a vehicle for those who were disgruntled with the Congress party. So those who wanted a platform moved away, and that was Mr. Mukul Sangma. I think in Meghalaya, when I see from the BJP's perspective, when I was Prabhari from 2013 to 18, the vote share by 2018 had gone up from 1.5 to almost 10%. And we stood second in 6 seats, 1 and 2. Now that is not individual centric, that is organizational centric. So I think it's a mix of both, and it would be simplistic to look at it from one perspective.
Yeah, I get that, but I want to...
No, it's a mix of both, absolutely.
But on the bottom right, can I have Mr. Banerjee, please? Mr. Banerjee, I have been often thinking about this strategy, which has been pushed by, Prashant Kishore, IPAC, etc., because IPAC has to deliver results. IPAC is just like a private sector company. Its job is to say that you pay us money and we'll be your political catalyst. Now, but it's a very risky strategy, Mr. Banerjee. If the party grows only on the back of a leader who takes a chunk from the Congress or any other party, then there is no loyalty to the party anymore. It is not a long-term sustainable strategy. And I've said it often, AAP's strategy may be slow, but more sustainable. Trinamool Congress's strategy may be unsustainable because, people like Mukul Sangma may use the Trinamool to get the resources, break in, re-establish themselves and then move away. So, Trinamool strategy, Abhishek's strategy could be a risky strategy.
So practically this is not a strategy at all. Because people used to hire if someone thinks that I will fight a war with a hired soldier, then you cannot win a war. So this cannot actually be a strategy in any place. This cannot be a strategy. You have to make your own soldiers to fight out a war. This is like a hired soldier hiring it for fighting out a war for us. So in this way you cannot move on for a long time. Any political party has to make out its own workers and has to make out its own cadres to fight out any type of elections. So this cannot be a strategy. And they must have some goal and they must have some efficacy, must have some loyalty, commitment towards the common people, which I think the Trinamool Congress party at the present point of time does not have. It is filled up with corruptions, it is filled up with everything. as well as if you come in Bengal, you find
it will continue to gamble. It will continue to gamble in Meghalaya. It will continue to gamble in the states. And this is how the Trinamool Congress is going to go forward with its strategy, whatever that strategy is.
Very convenient for the BJP. Smita.
Can I come in?
Yeah, Smita.
Yeah, I just wanted to come in on this individual-centric politics that is happening in the Northeast. You know, it's a very interesting point. The thing is that the BJP didn't shy away from this individual-centric. What they did was that whether it was Rio or Sangma or Manik, they were with their individual, BJP's individual, which was Modi. So this brand Modi worked for the BJP in all three states because Mr. Modi in the past 8 years has taken ownership about all the programs launched in the Northeast, all the development welfare programs that has worked in the Northeast. Because what was the problem with the Northeast? What was the issue with the people of the Northeast was that they were ignored by New Delhi in all these welfare and development projects, which was centered in rest of the country but not the Northeast. So while we had a Look East policy since the 90s, this whole Act East policy of Mr. Modi, he took ownership. So when he had the three chief minister candidates, it was brand Modi along with these three chief minister candidates. So individuals worked as far as the BJP is concerned, but they were projecting the development work side by side. In 2023-24, we cannot ignore the fact that brand and individuals matter for political parties. And that is why the brand of Rahul Gandhi is not working for the Congress, and the TMC wants to ensure that they don't go with their individual brand, which is Mamta, the way the Congress has gone, but they want to do it the same way as Mr. Modi has gone.
Also,
Yeah, Abhishek, louder please.
About the Trinamool strategy, it's essentially Mukul Sangma. Remember, of the seats they are winning, or the Trinamool contested, it's Mukul Sangma contesting on 2 seats, plus 4 of his family members, including Zenek Sangma, for example. Shawan can fill in me on there, if I'm right, Shawan.
Right.
4 family members of Mukul Sangma. So essentially, it's a family affair there.
Before I let Nalin go, Nalin, a quick comment on what this means in the run-up to 2024, you know. The trends are broadly in from all our partner channels, and I want to thank News Live. I want to thank Prague News, you know, who've done a fantastic job helping us with the trends out there. And while the vote share data is yet to stream in, Nalin, the trend is very clear. You know, I think, Nalin, your mic has dropped. You need to pick up the mic again. Yeah. So, you know, I feel the Bharat Todo Yatra has been the biggest shot in the arm for the BJP, because for the last 5 months, the BJP's, you know, just been quietly allowing the Bharat Todo Yatra to continue. The walkathon has destroyed whatever was left of the Congress. So what is the run-up to 2024 from the perspective of this overall result today in the Northeast? And how will this change or direct your strategy going forward, Nalin? Did we lose the line with Nalin out there? Okay. We lost the line with Nalin. So let me start that part of the conversation with Shawan and Abhishek out there. Run up to 2024, you know, we have a firming up of the result out here.
Yeah.
It's quite clear. From an organizational point of view, how will the BJP look at it?
My takeaway is...
more alliances?
My takeaway is, Arnab, that A, the Congress party comes out weaker, more dependent and, you know, at the mercy of other opposition parties.
Correct.
We have seen, for example, the Trinamool strategy as perfected by the Aam Aadmi party of growing at the expense of the Congress party, almost getting perfected now. So in that sense, the Congress has real challenges now heading into the general elections. Also, so far as the BJP is concerned.
Can we say that the Northeast will go lock, stock and
I beg to differ
barrel?
on one point out here.
Just 1 minute, Kamru. I wish your enthusiasm was matched by the enthusiasm of your leaders in the Bharat Todo Yatra. I completely endorse what Nalin said. The Prime Minister has visited the Northeast 48 times since 2017. He visited the Northeast 4 times in 2017, 11 times each in 2018 and 2019. once in 2020, 9 times in 2021, and 8 times in 2022. So the Prime Minister goes to the Northeast almost once a month.
And that's more than
Once
all
a
the
month.
Prime Ministers combined together.
Yeah, so
from earlier.
that is a reflection of the commitment. So let me put that let me put that to Bidhayak from Shillong. Bidhayak, overall, can we see the Northeast moving lock, stock and barrel for the BJP alliance in terms of votes? That's seats. That how many? 26 seats in total Northeast together.
26.
Great. So
yes, I think so, Arnab. I think there is no doubt about that. And like we've mentioned, the way the BJP is planned it's not from now. BJP is here, been in the Northeast for a long time. And now it's their turn to actually tell the people that, see, beyond the politics of polarization that you talk about, minorities, what you need is actually, at the end of the day, you need some food in your house. You need income, you need employment, you need roads, you need all of that. And all of that is today there in the Northeast. And I'm telling you this because I was skeptical some time back as a journalist that BJP is, again, it's all on paper. It's going to be another paper tiger like the Congress. I mean, of course, there's been a bit of development during the Congress. We cannot dismiss all of that. But like somebody mentioned, that this feeling of alienation from New Delhi has always remained. I think that has lessened. It's still there. There are questions of identity. But that's lessened a lot. And I think BJP is there. Look at Nagaland.
I'm looking forward to 2024. So here
Absolutely.
it is. Smita, the point was, they were so exultant, they were so overjoyed, they were so hysterical with the Bharat Todo Yatra that they said. And I've always felt, one man who doesn't know anything about politics at all, he's a disaster, is Jairam Ramesh. He knows nothing about politics. He's a great asset. He's a bigger asset for the BJP than, in fact, Rahul Gandhi. He knows nothing. He just knows about 20-30 people in Lutyens Delhi, so gets along with it. He was never good at anything. He was never a good economist. He was never, Smita, he was never a good television anchor also. Yeah, he was never a good author. He's never good at anything. He's sort of this mediocre fellow who walks around. Point being, but they did say that no opposition unity without the Congress is possible. This is the kind of fundamental point that they tried to make about a couple of months back. I thought it was very haughty, very, very haughty. Congress being the glue of the opposition. Things will have to change. The opposition will have to rethink its strategy. They will rethink the way they are looking at the Congress. They will probably, seek more, they will see the descendancy of the Congress. The fight will become more intense for whatever is left of the Congress vote bank. Things are going to change now. Smita, I think this is the start.
Look, I think the Congress, when it says all these things, comes across as this arrogant party. But the fact is that they are present on the ground much more than the other parties. For example, if you see what Farooq Abdullah was saying, he's present only in J&K. Stalin is present only in Tamil Nadu. So these are all regional satraps. But the Congress is present in almost more than 100 seats, 1-to-1 with the BJP. But having said that, they have to do the reaching out. They can't stand in this, they can't sit on this citadel and on top of the citadel and say, hey, we are the bigger ones, you got to come to us. They have to have somebody who will reach out to them. So that arrogance is not going to help. Yeah. Coming back to the Northeast, this now in 2024 it goes to seat. I think there are 29 seats, if I'm not mistaken, in the Northeast. And these results today will indicate whether the BJP plans on increasing the number of seats that it will fight one, or it will go with the local players and it will form alliances and fight out there as far as the Lok Sabha is concerned. If the BJP forms in 2 out of the 3 or all 3 states in the Northeast, it's going to be phenomenally important, because in this where there's conflict zones, if it is able to form government in these places and give stable governance in these places, it's extremely important.
There is a question of perception. There is a domino effect. There's what happens, one thing rolls to the other. There's a domino effect. There's a perception issues. Before I go across to Subir once again, I want to go to Suesha reporting from Agartala. Suesha, Okay, she's not through yet. Subirza, you're seeing the numbers out here, right? Pretty firm. I mean, you can give a broad northeast perspective. Give me a sense of where this goes nationally. I think people cannot undermine it. This is the turning point to 2024 because the big headline is Congress is over. Now you can keep hoping for a Congress comeback somewhere. We have Zarir Hussain from the really popular channel News Live, Managing Director of News Live. Okay, let's get Zarir on the ground first. Zarir, what do you think, Zarir? Overall picture?
Overall picture, Congress is decimated. Congress is decimated. If you see in Meghalaya, last election they had 21, this time just 6, and I think it will go farther down. In Nagaland, they have not been able to put even candidates in all the 60 constituencies. They are only in 23 seats, they have been able to fill candidates. That gives you an idea that the fortress, it was considered, Northeast has been always considered the fortress of the Congress, but now it's totally down and out. So in terms of Tripura also, you see the Congress is simply nowhere.
Nowhere.
So it's simply nowhere. So all in all, you can say in the Northeast, which has always been a citadel of the Congress, is now totally like, in the grip of the BJP, or for that matter, the other alliance partners of the NDA. So 25 seats in all in the Northeast in terms of Lok Sabha parliamentary seats. And out of that, in 2019, you had 19 seats. I won't be surprised if that tally touches around 23, 24 this coming election. So this is the first semi-final before the 24 elections. So as far as the Northeast as a bloc is concerned, BJP, it's definitely advantage.
Okay, going across to Tripura for 1 minute with Suesha. We got a link with her. And by the way, viewers, the Tripura Mota Party has been espousing the cause of a greater Tripura land. BJP, CPM, Congress have all been apprehensive about committing to such a demand on paper. Now, this was basically stems from the resentment among Tripura's tribals about Bengali cultural hegemony, etc. And the IPFT was the first to raise this demand for a separate Tripura land for the tribals of the state, but the party sort of subdued the demand after joining the BJP. And it's clear that the wishy-washy position caused the IPFT to lose the position, and the traditional vote bank went to the TMP, which has now got how many? About 12 seats? 12 seats. So, and the TMP, I won't be surprised, TMP ties up in some form with the BJP, but Suesha will know more on the ground. So for the mood out there, a response to the results and where it stands right now, Suesha from Agartala. Hi Suesha, over to you.
All right, so Arnab, let me tell you that, of course, while everybody in the BJP is watching the numbers very closely, because just a short while ago, I was at the BJP office, which is about 2 minutes from here, waiting with bated breaths, because while the initial trends were really hinting towards a clear victory for the BJP, of course, they are monitoring the situation very, very closely, because the bigwigs who are present in Agartala at this point really speak up. But the sentiment on the ground, like you mentioned, the supporters, the cadres of BJP who are here in large numbers, just 2 minutes away from the BJP office at the TRTC road, where you see these flags waving high, and loud Jai Shri Ram slogans also that were being raised just a short while ago while I was trying to get in touch with you to show you the scenes here. But you really see how they are building up the energy, because they are really now in that mood. They know that it's going to be a win for the BJP, at least this is what they're expecting. So while the leaders are watching very closely, because before that I was also outside the Chief Minister's residence, and he had not come out till then because he was still watching the numbers. So like I said, like the leaders are still wanting to watch very closely before they actually put out a statement. You see how the supporters, the cadres of BJP on the streets of Agartala, which remember is a city that is completely
Why don't you
shut right
speak to
now,
some of them and get a sense of how they feel about the result?
आपको लग रहा है पीछे की चीज?
हाँ बीजेपी जीतेगा, बीजेपी जीतेगा, बीजेपी 100% बीजेपी।
सेलिब्रेट करेंगे कितने देर में जाएंगे?
हम लोग तो 1 घंटा में सब कुछ क्लियर हो जाएगा, 1 घंटा में।
तो अभी यहाँ पर क्या चल रहा है?
नहीं अभी तो हम लोग का काउंटिंग चल रहा है, इसलिए देख
like you see, they're all here. It's barricaded this area, and all of them are standing here. They're just waiting for the final numbers, of course. But loud Jai Shri Ram slogans, loud slogans for the BJP that are being raised in this entire sector, which is about a kilometer and more, just a little away from the BJP, where you see how the mood is building up.
Well, that's fantastic. Clearly, they don't need any kind of an alliance there in Tripura, so it's looking very strong, and it's looking like an NPP alliance in Meghalaya. So, Swesha, you've been getting an interesting sense of the ground out there. We'll come back to you. Okay, let's go across Subirda right now. Swesha, I'm going to come back to you on that. Predicted lines. Anything on the overall picture since we last spoke? Anything's changed for you from your perspective? Or should we go straight into talking about the national picture?
It's panning out as expected. Yeah, I will come to that. Nothing really unexpected. You know, as the demand for Tripura land built up, as the Maharaja sort of played it out in the hills, in the plains, the thing was this has to be stopped, and this can only be stopped by a party which is strong nationally, and which has already committed itself to no further territorial reorganization in Northeast. Correct. It didn't happen in Assam, no Bodoland state, no Dimasa land, no Karbi land, so no Tripura land as well. Let's get that right. And the BJP really benefited from that, because from Amit Shah to Hemanta Biswa Sarma to every other important BJP campaigner, they made it very clear, no division of Tripura. And therefore, it's a clear polarization. The takeaway for the nation, the national politics, very, very clear. You know, there used to be this feeling that the Congress is the big heavyweight sort of national party, and there will be a few other regional parties which will play around. That place has been taken over, the Congress is decimated, the BJP is the big national party. Now, in such a situation in the past, when Indira Gandhi was around, the only hope of bringing down the big national party was alliance politics, strong opposition alliance based on common direction, based on common sense of purpose. Whether what this election is throwing up is that the opposition, and they formed an opposition between the Congress and the left to stop the BJP in Tripura, didn't work. Elsewhere, didn't work. The small regional parties, which make a strong statement regionally with their identity politics, finally sort of veer towards
no, this is BJP. This whole, I'll tell you,
like
another
pulling the little things here and there.
Yeah, you know, I'll again going back, Shehzad Poonawala, Sunit Chopra, would you like to congratulate Shehzad? It's you know, it's good form to do things like this on days, you know, when the BJP alliance is winning in 3 states in the Northeast.
I would congratulate the EVM, because in my belief, incredible India has incredible EVM results.
As opposed to North Korea.
That's why Manik Sarkar
okay, so you said that. That's very gracious of you. Very, very fantastic. Great. By the way, you know, people tell me about Rahul Gandhi. You know, there are 13 candidates in Tripura, Zarir. They called Rahul Gandhi's office. They said, sir, before the result, we want a tweet saying best of luck. At least put out a best of luck for us. And Zarir said, Rahul Gandhi's office said, we don't have the time. There's no. They called his office, Zarir, saying we want a best of luck tweet because it's felt the Congress party has abandoned us. Not even a best of luck tweet came their way, Zarir. This is the kind of not a best of luck tweet.
Rahul Gandhi came to campaign for one candidate in Meghalaya, in Shillong, and he was there for about 15-20 minutes. But the most interesting part is
the latest there?
He was not, in 90% of his speech, he was not talking about the elections. He was talking about something else. So we didn't connect with the people who gathered to hear him. So that is the saddest part, the tragedy for Congress people. So we didn't connect.
ये नया मेंटेनेंस हेड इंडीड से हायर किया था?
नहीं सर, वो मेरे पड़ोसी का भाई।
अगली बार इंडीड से हायर करना।
इंडीड सर।
Impact of this result.
लेकिन आधे में सांप निकलेंगे.
So much bitterness, Suneet. Not good in the morning. Not good. Shehzad, impact on national politics of this result.
Why do you not release the results at once from the EVMs? What are you sitting on?
May I speak?
Yeah, please. Shehzad.
May I speak?
You can see.
First of all, I want to thank
Meghalaya,
Ma Tripura Sundari for blessing us.
76.27% vote and 87 and 84 in Tripura and Nagaland. What is the game?
Okay, now.
May I continue?
Continue, Shehzad. Come on. Don't be so held back.
First of all, I want to thank Ma Tripura Sundari for these outstanding results that have been bestowed upon us. And I think that this is a divine result. Why do I call it as a divine result? Divine means development in Northeast. Please correct this echo, it's very bad. Divine means development in Northeast. And this has been the formula of the Prime Minister. Arnab, you come from Assam, and Assam is one of the role models in which we have presented to the Northeast a roadmap for making it a growth engine of India. Today, this result manifests 3 or 4 points. One, that the people of Northeast have started espousing their mandate in the peace, prosperity, women-led developmental agenda that we have. It's very difficult to talk, Arnab. There's a very bad audio line. If I could just continue, please.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. You know, I never have a problem with an audio line because I love the sound of my own voice. If I have an echo, I speak loud, even with greater conviction. But please continue. Yes, I'll try and fix that.
I know, but
conviction is at a low level.
So look, the idea of
one can see.
Someone control Sunit Chopra. Sunit Chopra, please.
Look, Arnab, I am here for a serious discussion. I am not here to, deliberate upon those who have become political non-entities in state after state and whose entire politics is reduced to the canteen of JNU and to some George Soros-funded NGO. So I am here for a serious discussion. But those who have, reached the sunset of their politics can continue blabbering like they do. Now, having said that, let me please articulate that in the last 8 years, there has been a consistent focus on development in the Northeast. There has been a focus on resolving issues, outstanding issues of insurgency in the Northeast, bringing peace and prosperity to the region. And that is reflecting in the mandate that you're seeing. Even in a state like Meghalaya, where the BJP was not traditionally very strong, today we've shown a 5-fold growth there. In Nagaland, our alliance is sweeping handsomely. In Tripura, despite all the predictions that were made, we are doing extremely well there and we will form the government with our ally. So it clearly manifests that people are espousing their mandate in the Hira model of Prime Minister Modi, that is highways, infrastructure, railway, airways, connectivity, development. Secondly, that the Congress party's opportunistic politics, where they fight with the left in Kerala, but they unite with the left in Tripura, this kind of opportunistic politics is being completely rejected. And thirdly, that the people of Northeast have come to realize that today their future and their entire mandate lies with the BJP, and therefore you are seeing this thing, and in 2024 too you will see that this will be reflected in a larger way in the national mandate.
Well, there is a situation that's developing out here. It's very interesting. where in Tripura the BJP alliance has got 30, straight at the halfway mark, so numbers have come down by 2 or 3, right, Shawan?
As far as Tripura is concerned, it's starting about 30. It's about
so it's
closing
30,
it. They may
so
not need the alliance if it settles down pretty much.
They may not need the alliance. They have the single largest party, and usually numbers usually settle down, and then the independents move in, and smaller parties move in, and all that.
In Meghalaya also, if you look at the numbers,
but it is in Meghalaya also. If you look at the numbers, it's right at the halfway mark right now, isn't it? With 22 and 8.
NPP has actually done a great job. It's standing about 27 seats.
In Meghalaya, they might not need a lie.
They may, if it continues like that, NPP would be the happiest right now. They wouldn't need the alliance.
Better than the exit numbers.
Much better than the exit numbers. And if they actually go ahead with their former allies, the local regional
UDP.
parties, the UDP, then they're comfortably in.
Well,
the question is what will be the role of BJP there?
Because NPP, interestingly, is doing better in Shillong area than Tura.
But I have with me, I think right now patched Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament of the NPP, Dr. Kharluki is joining us. Dr. Kharluki, good morning. This is Arnab here. Can you hear me?
I could hear you clearly.
Yeah. Dr. Kharluki, if push comes to shove, you have to now form a government with the BJP. How will you explain this to the people of Meghalaya? Since you've got hammer and tongs against the BJP, BJP has accused you of corruption, and how can you form a government with them?
You see, Arnab, actually, our allies in the MDA won. I never expect that they should go at us like that. But it is very clear that the people are giving a mandate to MDA again.
Okay. People are giving a mandate to BJP and NPP together, you mean?
Yeah, means because we have an MDA government. And for 5 years we are performing as a government. And when election time comes, just before the election, that is quite natural. Everybody try to take the upper hand of being clean and whatnot, and try blaming everything on us. But I'm very clear in those days also. I said, if you have the evidence, no one can stop you from filing an FIR, going to the court, or even write to the central agencies for investigation. Nothing was done. But the only thing is this: I'm very clear that the people
it was a make-believe fight, Dr. Kharluki. You accept, and now the cat, people will say the cat is out of the bag, that you're going back with the BJP, MDA, NEDA.
No, the thing is, whatever, you see, we are very clear with our allies here in the state. We never speak against them. They were the one who always attack us every now and then. And when election times come, everybody tried to project themselves as, but that's why I said, even during the time when things are pointed at us, I said, nobody can stop you from filing an FIR, or you go to the court, or you request for central agency investigation.
Sure.
So nothing was done. It's just a political issue. Those issues are all political issues.
So, Dr. Kharluki, are you saying that the
NPP MDA was back?
You're constantly referring to the MDA. Are you then saying that you would be more comfortable in stitching an alliance with the UDP, the PDF, and all coming together, and not really going with the BJP? Is that what you're also looking at? A possibility of an alliance minus the BJP?
You see, MDA
also includes the BJP.
Includes BJP. It includes UDP. It includes PDF. It includes, MDA was part of
so you would still want all of them together with the BJP. You are very clear that it's the MDA which includes the BJP.
That is the mandate of the people is for the MDA.
That's a big headline for us. It's the first big hint coming in from the NPP that in terms of the government formation in
there'll be
Meghalaya,
continuity in the government. It's the same government formation which will come in. It's a big statement there. And the other question goes, Shehzad, now we look at the situation that is emerging in Tripura. And in Tripura, you are sort of little below the halfway mark, or just at the halfway? Okay, close. 2 seats below the halfway mark. Okay. Now, if you have 28 and there are no others, so which means you will either have to take outside support right? Zarir, very interesting situation in Tripura. I want you to come into this part of the analysis. Will they go with the Tripura Mota?
Arnab,
can't hear you. You got to unmute yourself, Zarir. Yeah.
Arnab, that situation won't arise.
It's arising. It's arising.
Yeah, this situation might come. Congress, BJP might have to be content with around 27, 28, 29 at the end of the day. But in that case, I see the Maharaja's party, Tripura Motha, allying with the BJP, because I think that will be a natural kind of a choice. Because when the seat sharing alliance talks were going on, till the last moment, Amit Shah, Dr. Himanta Biswa Sharma and Pradyut Debbarma were in talking mode in Delhi. So there is some already some head start before the election. So now all they need to do is to sit and take their agenda forward and maybe some permutation combinations
so
here
they'll
and
have some, yeah. But it's not, how much leverage does the Tripura Mota really have?
See, in the sense that, now since they will be content with around 13, 14 seats, so definitely they will apparently turn with the kingmaker. If Tripura Motha, Congress, BJP, left, they put together. So Tripura Motha will be the kingmaker if BJP falls one or two.
Subedda, what do you think?
Short of the majority.
Okay. You know, the Tripura Motha will not have much of a choice.
They won't have a
if the BJP falls short by 2 or 3, and if the Tripura Motha does not go with them, and the Maharaja for different reasons turn to swing towards the other alliance, I am 200% sure that the BJP will break the Tripura Motha and swing away a substantial part. And I know the guys they have been in touch with, okay? I'm from Tripura. I know the guys they have been in touch. They will run away with a couple of Tripura Motha MLAs and definitely form the government. And to let that not happen, the Maharaja will try to preempt such a situation, Pradyut will try to prevent such a situation, and he will try to drive a hard bargain with the BJP, jo bhi mil jata hai kind of a situation.
Yeah, I mean, Himanta has been in touch with everyone. Himanta has been in touch with Pradyut. So, he was many talk also that Pradyut's political entry was
in touch with everyone, and specifically with six Tripura Motha MLAs who have already won.
At this stage,
definitely in touch with
Tripura Motha will not.
So the option is,
Tripura Motha will not mess around with Himanta. They'll probably fall in line very quickly.
Already.
Exactly.
Where is Himanta, by the way, Zarir?
In line, they will be split.
We've got pictures of Conrad Sangma. Conrad Sangma, big day, you know. Conrad Sangma, huh?
He's at the cemetery of Purna Sangma.
Huh?
He's at the cemetery of
He's at his father's cemetery.
Yeah.
He's praying to his father.
He was with his sister a short while back.
He was with his sister. Very tightly knit family, and I mean, the entire family is there. Really taken the legacy of Purna Sangma forward.
And the most interesting part is even Purna Sangma could not complete his own term in the state of Meghalaya, but his son has done it comfortably, which I think so is it's a great feat for Conrad and ensuring his party reaches the position that it has today.
Yeah. Well, this is a very moving moment out there. We have Conrad Sangma, who's got a great political career ahead of him. He's still not even in his mid-40s. I think he's in his 40, just about 45 right now. So he's got a long political career ahead of him. He's matured very much as a player. And I want to just add one thing here. While you are seeing a number of regional parties, please keep in mind they are all part of the NEDA, N-E-D-A, Northeast Development Alliance, which is led by Himanta Biswa Sharma, who has, for the first time, he's developed a knack, a chemistry, and a bond. I think a personal bond also with Conrad, with all the leaders out there, and also the decision on changing, getting Manik Saha in. It's all quite incredible. We are going to look at the national picture. I want to repeat my question. How do you look at the situation in Tripura? You were saying that situation would not arise, Shehzad.
Arnab, the problem is that politics of opportunism has limited returns. The left is the most hated entity in Tripura. The kind of governance they ran in the last 2 decades before the BJP came to power is an experience that the people of Tripura don't want to get again. And the Congress party perhaps made the biggest disaster by going in an alliance with them. The Congress workers themselves were actually victimized by the left. But today, all of those people have voted for the BJP, and therefore, I tell you, in the next 1 hour, you will see that the BJP will sweep Tripura, and the Congress will be completely wiped out of Tripura, just like the TMC is a no-show there, and the left will be wiped out, and therefore, we will not require any third party, fourth party, any of these parties.
Everyone will be wiped out.
Yeah, so Sunit, yeah.
Yeah. When the boxes are in your hand, where is the problem?
Question?
Sunit Chopra was saying something.
Yes,
you're welcome.
Smita, unmute yourself, please.
No, Sunit, can I ask you a question? That in Meghalaya, Meghalaya, would you?
Smita on the right.
Hello.
Yeah.
Sunit, I'm unable to hear anything. Can I speak? Am I allowed to speak?
Because I've never seen Shehzad so irritated. Shehzad, you're very irritated this morning. He's really getting your goat. Sunit, so it's his echo. But Smita, by the way, viewers, a lot of people asking us to look at the national picture. Picture is pretty firm out here.
We have been discussing Congress. If you look at the BJP also, so there is Himanta as a strategy, and there is BJP's nimble-footedness also, Arnab. So the plan to change the chief minister whenever it's needed. The first time they've done that in Tripura, they did that with Biplab Dev being replaced by Manek Saha. They did that in Uttarakhand, by the way.
But not to let the tribal vote go to the I think the master
they're going by the feedback on the ground.
Not to let the tribal vote go to the Congress left alliance by indirectly supporting the Tripura Mota.
But that's the nimble-footedness of the party.
That's a response. So the question here is, Smita, is the BJP creating team Bs? An effective team Bs.
Yeah.
Not ineffective team Bs.
They have that bench strength.
Yeah, they have
the state level.
They have the bench strength.
Tripura Mota did a fantastic job in the district council elections. 20 seats they got, and that's the reason why it was nurtured.
So has the Tripura
Mota
been nurtured, allowed to grow, germinate over a period of time, and then deliver the blow on behalf of the BJP in the assembly election when it matters? Smita.
Yeah, the BJP played a different game. They gambled. Somebody mentioned that they changed chief ministers midstream, So there was Biplab and Manik, and they changed those chief ministers. They've also played differently. Now, as far as Pradyut is concerned, there was even before the elections, it was being said that, he'll play kingmaker. But despite pressures for a greater Tripura demand, BJP didn't go in. Now, if they don't have that margin as they expected, just remember from 2013, they formed a majority. 5 years later, they demolished the left fortress. And for all that talk about Pyar Ki Rajniti that Congress has been talking about, and their Bharat Jodo has all been, they allied with who? They allied with the left parties. The left parties is a revolutionary party, right? They don't believe in Pyar Ki Rajniti. Their Rajniti is what? Revolutionary politics, inqilab and all that. And as Sunit ji just said, sab khatam ho jayenge, everybody will be wiped out. So, that is their Rajniti of wiping out everybody, whether people or party.
That is the Mahabharata.
The Congress allied with them.
I'm
now comes to the BJP,
Mahabharata.
if they don't get the numbers.
And everyone, including Krishna, had to pay the price.
Okay, you're quoting the scriptures. Amazing.
Isn't a Marxist
today we have a leftist quoting the scriptures. क्या कर दिया मोदी जी ने इस कंट्री का? या क्या कर दिया मोदी जी ने आपकी पार्टी में? और
मोदी जी ने कुछ नहीं किया है.
Really,
महाभारत का नतीजा जो है वो बताता है ऑथोरिटेरियनिज्म का अंत क्या है.
एब्सोल्युटली। तो अंत तो आपकी पार्टी का हो रहा है सर।
नहीं हो रहा, आप ये समझ लो,
सब खत्म हो जाएगा,
पता लग जाएगा आने वाले समय में। आज तो
महाभारत छोड़िए, छोटा भारत
चाइना से क्या बात कर रहे हैं,
लेनिन की राजनीति चलेगी इस कंट्री में, है ना सुनीत जी? मार्क्स और लेनिन की राजनीति चलेगी।
तो अब आप सोच लो, अब आप सोच लो।
बहुत हो।
Okay.
Breaking news also coming in.
Okay, we got some breaking news coming in right now. 1 minute.
In fact, our reporters on the ground.
Yeah, Sean, you can share that and take a comment from Zarir on that. Yeah,
NPP isn't already in talks with the UDP and BJP. Zarida, there's an internal meeting. I'm told that Dr. Kharluki of the NPP is also there with us, but big news now coming in. They're already in talks with the UDP and the BJP. Conrad Sangma likely to reach Shillong sometime in the evening. That's what we are picking up. Our reporters on the ground, Zarida. So very clear as NPP's Rajya Sabha MP had made it very clear.
Meghalaya and Tripura, both in Meghalaya and Tripura, talks have already started. In Meghalaya, talks between UDP, and NPP and BJP have already started. And in Tripura, talks between BJP.
So let's put that breaking news now coming in.
Tripura Motha already started for government formation. So this is the breaking news at this. As we are talking, I'm getting inputs. The talks have already started between UDP, BJP and NPP for government formation in Meghalaya. Talks between BJP and Tripura Motha have already started in Tripura. So that is the news coming in at this moment.
Abhishek, two big breaking news now coming in from our partner channel. Zarida, thank you very much for getting us that big breaking news right now. Talks are already on. So let's just do an overall picture, Abhishek, right now with regards to all the three states. First, starting with Tripura. As far as Tripura numbers are concerned, let's put out the Tripura numbers. It's closing in. It's closing in.
Let me take you to the Tripura numbers. All the leads are in, Shawan. 60 leads, of which BJP is at 27. This is by sea water. I believe our teams on the ground suggest that the BJP has, in terms of leads, crossed 30. Okay, we're getting Mallikarjun Kharge's bite. Let's cut to it.
Feel that Congress with alliance should come forward to form the government.
We'll try and play that out in a short while back. In a short while, we'll play it once again. But just a quick check of the numbers again. These are also the latest visuals coming in from Meghalaya, where Conrad Sangma is currently in Tura, but expected to reach Shillong by sometime later in the evening. The big news coming in from Meghalaya that the NPP is already in talks with the UDP. Smita, if I can, Dr. Kharluki is there right now. I think he's going to leave for a meeting in a short while. From the Dr. Kharluki, a quick word from you. So it's very clear your internal party meeting to begin very soon, but in terms of your talks going on right now with the UDP was making this huge demand that this time we want a chief minister from the Khasi Hills. Do you think you will be able to? They do not have the number to really negotiate, though.
Is actually for the chief minister. It is the legislator who are the one who to choose the leader. It's not anyone and anybody.
But Dr. Kharluki, when is the internal meeting going to begin? NPP's internal meeting.
Well, I don't know. We'll wait first for our national president to come. Then we will see.
Okay. Shahzad, you've heard what the NPP is saying. As far as the BJP is concerned, in the state of Meghalaya, remember, you have already been at loggerheads with them. The question that we've been also asking, how do you really reconcile with the fact that the same party that you were basically almost at loggerheads just about a few days ago, now you're going to be in alliance with them?
Look, Arnab, at this stage to make a comment would be premature because right now the results have to solidify. Once the results come in, we will examine what the mandate of the people is. We, of course, went with a particular point of view to the people of Meghalaya, and based on what their mandate is, whether we need to ally with somebody for the progress of the state or not, we'll examine the mandate and then accordingly take the next step. I think that the end result of the elections that we'll see is that the northeast and particularly states like Meghalaya and Tripura, the development process should not stop, and therefore whatever needs to be done by us, we will continue to do that to support these states, whether it requires us to participate in the government in some way or not participate, however it is. We will continue, we'll examine the mandate and we'll take a decision. There is no need to now predict what will happen when the results have not solidified.
Obviously, Shehzad, you need not really exert that much given the fact that irrespective of the final numbers, NPP has already publicly committed on our platform as other places as well of staying with NEDA, which means by default the alliance stays, irrespective of the fact that the two parties parted ways and contested separately. Let's go to Animesh Pandey on that note. P-Mark, the person who held the P-Mark and carried out an exit poll, and Animesh, the numbers seem to be landing so perfectly for you.
That's correct, Abhishek. In Tripura, what we see was a consolidation of votes, with Bengali community predominantly voting for the BJP and the tribals going for Tripura Mota. The Congress decline, while staggering, has been consistent in what we have been seeing. I mean, the irony of the left and Congress align after being bitter rivals for so many years. People were smart enough, and that's why they saw this as an unnatural alliance. And that's why we see a significant decline in the performance of both left and Congress. And even for Trinamool, while their initial idea of expansion was in Tripura before going to Meghalaya, because of the pro-incumbency that was there, they understood and they started focusing on Meghalaya. So in my assessment, I think BJP on its own should form the government, even though the numbers fall by 1 or 2 seats. But I think they should be able to get at least 30 seats. And probably 1 seat will go to an independent. So I think with that, probably BJP won't need an alliance either with Tripura Mota as well. And Tripura Mota, in writing, they have said that they would want a greater Tripura land in writing. And that is something that BJP doesn't want to give away. So BJP on its own should be able to form the government. In Meghalaya, with so many parties each having their own stronghold, there's no, it is not surprising that no party is reaching the 30 number. And NPP and BJP over the last 2 months have had bitter election campaigns. So it remains to be seen as the results stabilize, whether they will come and form an alliance for the greater progress of Meghalaya. In Nagaland, again, the BJP alliance is cruising with victory. So the commonality and the big picture that stands out is the decimation of Congress. In these 3 northeast states, and along with Manipur, which happened last year, they are not now receding this space of not only being in a position to come back to power, but also of the primary opposition party. So with this and the rise of BJP, particularly in 2 states, Meghalaya and Nagaland, which are predominantly minority dominated states, I think it holds good for their expansion in other states as well.
Now, okay, so let me just get Pankaj Sharma also involved. Pankaj Sharma, we have been talking a lot about what it means for the Congress party, what it means for the BJP, the manner in which a party like Trinamool has grown at the expense of Congress in Meghalaya, or the Tripura Mota really not letting the Congress left combine make any headway in Tripura, for example. What is your assessment, Pankaj Sharma? Do you agree with whatever we have been talking about in terms of takeaways for the Congress party?
See, Congress last time also was nowhere in Tripura and Nagaland. In Meghalaya, Trinamool Congress played what tricks everyone knows. So in Meghalaya, situation this time is, little different. But it seems that in Tripura, BJP is not going to cross 23, 24 seats. And in that case, left and this Tripura Mota may come together and form the government. Nagaland, of course, BJP is way ahead.
You say left and Tripura Mota can come together still?
BJP
you mean to say Tripura Mota, left Congress combined can come together in Tripura? There is still an outside chance?
I think so. I think so, because Tripura Mota chief has been the Congress chief earlier.
Let me take this to Shehzad. Shehzad, you think you could be outmaneuvered still?
Party.
You think you could be outmaneuvered still? If I go by the numbers that we have as of now, for example, of the 60 leads, BJP is at 27, between 27 and 30, and between the left and Congress they are about 20, and then there are 13 with the Tripura Motha. So you think you could still be outmaneuvered, Shehzad? It's possible on the ground?
See, as per my information, BJP is,
the basic
BJP is leading by very less margin, very narrow margin, and so many seats. So BJP is not going to cross.
Okay, let Shehzad respond. Let Shehzad respond.
So in that case,
Abhishek, the basic feature of the mandate that you're seeing is that it is essentially an anti-left mandate. It is a vote to decimate the left that you're seeing in Tripura. This is a vote positively for the BJP and a vote against what the left represented for 2.5 decades. So if anybody who has now got an anti-left vote would want to consider going with the left, it would be akin to committing political suicide. But having said that, let me re-articulate that this situation will not arise. There is going to be a massive change in the numbers. Just a few minutes ago, we were seeing the BJP was at 40. That position will also be crossed because the entire left vote has decimated, and the Congress party, by going with the left, has committed political harakiri, and both the left and the Congress vote is shifting to the BJP, and therefore,
49.
just wait for another hour. The results will solidify. Sir, you are nowhere in the northeast anymore. You should probably focus on the fact that, like the dodo, you are becoming politically irrelevant and your existence is being politically completely decimated.
Congress
but
was
rather than that,
nowhere in northeast last time also, as I had already said.
The problem with
let me take this to Zarir. Pankaj Sharma, the fact of the matter is that if the Congress party did so well, is it not the failure of the leadership that it couldn't, retain its talent, it couldn't keep its flock together? Zarir, you think the possibility that Pankaj Sharma is teasing of the possibility in Tripura of the Congress left combined somehow is still managing to cobble together numbers with the support of the Tripura Motha, you think it's really possible on the ground?
See, in terms of figures, yes.
What was there to retain for the Congress party in Tripura and Nagaland?
It's a remote possibility.
Seats, no seats.
So I would say,
hold on, Pankaj Sharma, hold on. Pankaj Sharma, hold on. Zarir is speaking. One by one. Zarir is speaking. Hold on, Pankaj Sharma.
Left and Congress cobbling together to form a hodgepodge kind of a coalition government. No, the chances are pretty remote, extremely remote, because Tripura Motha, Pradyut Dev Burma will definitely go with BJP, and because there are a couple of things. Because the fear, the apprehension will be that a lot of Tripura Motha people, MLAs, might switch sides and join the BJP if he doesn't join on his own. So that lurking fear will help or will force Pradyut Dev Burma to join or to ally with the BJP and form a government. So he will not take a chance.
Please.
He will definitely side with the BJP. And so you take my words, there is remote possibility of BJP left and Tripura Motha cobbling or trying to form a government.
Don't forget the fact that Tripura Motha chief was the state president of the Congress party. He still has very deep roots in the Congress party.
That is where you were wrong, because you are not being able to keep him. Why did he defect? Why did he go away? So that is the biggest question. So that is the tragedy for the Congress.
But in fact, I'll just request all
not being able to keep your top leaders in your group. What happened to
just getting in some breaking news right now.
Classic example of Congress.
Just a minute. We're just getting in some more breaking news. We're just getting in some big breaking news now coming in from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has now pronounced its verdict on the petitions that were demanding an inquiry into the allegations that were leveled against Adani on the basis of the Hindenburg report. In fact, Chief Justice that's a big developer with the CGI has said that the SEBI has placed a regulatory framework, saying that it has started a disclosure-based regulatory mechanism in place with pricing control for capital issues. In fact, The Supreme Court, Abhishek, has asked for a SEBI probe in the Adani case. That's a massive development that's taking place.
That's a big development, Shravan, because what this means is all those people who have been quoted by Hindenburg, for example, and many of them, a majority of them perhaps in India, they could be questioned. And it's a very prestigious committee that the Supreme Court is setting up under the leadership of former Supreme Court Judge Justice Abhay Manohar Sapre with other members. And it's also a very stellar membership in terms of their individual achievements. So OP Bhatt, former chairman of the State Bank of India, Justice JP Devdhar, KV Kamath needs no introduction, Nandan Nilekani needs no introduction. All these people to be members of the committee, and the SC, of course, asking SEBI also to carry out an investigation, submit a report in 2 months, which essentially means, Shravan, that the charge that was being made by the opposition, I'm trying to understand the politics part of it, even as we speak and bring this breaking news development happening in the Supreme Court of the country, pronouncing its verdict in the batch of petitions demanding an inquiry into the Hindenburg saga between Hindenburg and Adani. What this means is that political opposition's demand of a joint parliamentary committee sort of stands sidestepped now, because if the Supreme Court is monitoring, Supreme Court has ordered an inquiry, the opposition better wait for this kind of a subject experts committee looking into it. Because remember, SEBI doing it, and this committee which has the likes of KV Kamath, Nandan Nilekani, OP Bhatt, and of course 2 justices, really shows that insofar as the Adani Hindenburg saga is concerned, we might not have heard the last of it as yet. But more importantly, the opposition demand of a JPC now stands with sidestep.
Well, in fact, the Supreme Court has basically asked SEBI to conclude the investigation in just about 2 months and file a status report. And the committee is going to be formed under the leadership of former Supreme Court Judge Justice Sapre, and the other members of the committee, as you were pointing out, Abhishek, it's OP Bhatt, Justice Devdhar, KV Kamath, Nandan Nilekani. And in fact, a big statement that has also been made that this is in order to protect the Indian investors. There is an urgent need for the formation of the committee. Now, that's a big development as far as what has been demanded all this while. From the time the Hindenburg report was put out, and thereafter we've seen the free fall of the shares of Adani Group, especially the flagship enterprise. We've seen there's been a free fall in the shares. Also, there's a 2-month deadline that has also been put out, Abhishek. So essentially, being looking at the price manipulation and the allegations that have been leveled by the Hindenburg.
Also, I think the government can now claim that, because the government was facing heat from the opposition, Shravan, the government can now claim that when the matter reached the Supreme Court with all these petitions being filed, the government position was very clear that A, they have no objection to any kind of investigation being taken place. In fact, the government had offered to by itself set up a committee. Now that the Supreme Court is doing it, the government has agreed to it. In that sense, I think that takes care of a lot of politicking that was happening on the issue, Shravan. And this is definitely an important development insofar as the Adani Hindenburg saga is concerned. If I could get, since we continue to have those guests, if I could get in Smita Prakash on this. Smita Prakash, you think that Supreme Court ordering this monitored probe in the Adani Hindenburg saga really takes care of the opposition demand that an inquiry should happen, and that this inquiry and investigation would be absolutely unbiased and above political motives being attached?
Well, see, I think I haven't read the details, but I think it means that it's a continuation of the SEBI probe. It's not replacing SEBI in any manner on the Hindenburg report. So it's led to a probe, and there'll be it's led to a supervision of this probe. So this 5-member panel, it has people from cross sections, so nobody can say that it's a ruling party biased panel or anything. It's a Supreme Court base, and there's a retired Supreme Court judge who will be looking over onto this. So it's not divested the SEBI of its responsibility. So I think a little of the wind behind the sails of the opposition demand that there should be a parliamentary committee, because now you have domain specific people who will look into it, and it will strengthen and protect the investors' money further.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ratan Sharda, Rhythm Anand Bharadwaj is joining us live. Rhythm, if you're already patched and getting me, Rhythm, please explain to us the significance of this very important order given by the Supreme Court of the country.
Absolutely. Like Smita Prakash actually said, I think she's absolutely right, because the fact that this committee is formed to probe into what's going to happen and is going to be headed by former Chief Justice Manohar Sapre clearly puts it very, very clear that it's going to be above anyone's suspicion when they come forward and they question the committee that's going to be panned. In fact, let's also remind our viewers, in the last hearing in the court, the Solicitor General, the top law officer of the country, representing the government, had stated that they are all right, and in fact they promote the formation of a committee here, which is exactly what's happening. Ratan Sharda, we've also spoken about this earlier. The words of the Chief Justice today are so clear: in order to protect Indian investors. And this is also something they had said earlier. In the last hearings, Justice Chandrachud had spoken about how the Indian investors need to be protected. They said we are forming a committee. In the last hearing, it was also known that a committee is going to be formed, Abhishek, and now finally the committee is being formed. It consists of Mr. O.P. Bhatt, Justice Devdutt, Mr. Nandan Nilekani, K.V. Kamath, Somesh Akran Sudarshan as the members. And the most important part, it's going to be headed by a retired Chief Justice of India, a Supreme Court judge. That's very crucial, because what we are getting a sense of here is that the court wants to say that we want the probe to be done properly. At the same time, while pronouncing this verdict, the Supreme Court Chief Justice has also clarified the SEBI has placed a regulatory framework, saying it has started a disclosure-based regulatory mechanism. Remember, in the last hearings, this is also something that had been said by SEBI, that they will try and ensure that price control for the capital issues is there. The Supreme Court has asked SEBI also to expeditiously conclude the investigation in 2 months and file a status report. All in all, this committee is going to be looking at how... Yes, go ahead, Abhishek.
Yeah, so I think this is a very significant development that you have brought out from the Supreme Court, Rhythm, and it was important that a message is sent across to the world community, in fact, that India takes its markets seriously, and any manipulation would be probed threadbare, and a thorough job would be done, and that gets reflected in the kind of membership of the committee, Rhythm, that has been set up by the Supreme Court. Thank you so much, Rhythm, for joining us on this important story from the topmost court of the country. And then we go back to our conversation we have been having of the results in the northeast of 3 assemblies, that of Tripura, Meghalaya and Nagaland. Shawan, can we go back to the numbers? Right. Because I believe all the leads are in now, and we have an absolute clear picture of which party stands where. And now it's almost 11 a.m., which means these leads are sort of going to remain and mostly convert to results.
So the interesting picture now coming in from the state of Tripura, where BJP stands at about 29 and Tripura Mota stands at about 13. So if that's the case, then the talks between Tripura Mota and the BJP is going to be something that one needs to keep an eye on. But it turns out, Abhishek, in fact, Prakash, our senior editor who's there in Tripura, is sending us some breaking news. In fact, if we can also bring in Prakash right now, because Prakash has just spoken to the CPM leaders, and there is a twist that's coming in from the state of Tripura, with the Congress and Tripura leaders are in touch to form the government in case of a hung assembly. Now that's a little, because the left plus the Congress is about 15 and the Tripura Mota is about 13. So Abhishek, that's an interesting development if at all that's going to happen. But this entire alliance that was stitched with the Tripura Mota was with Himanta, so it depends on how things actually pan out. We'll try and go across to Prakash in a short while from now, but let me just quickly bring in Ratan Sharda. Ratan Sharda, do you see any twist in the story right now as far as BJP in Tripura is concerned? Because it's closing in 29, its C voter numbers say about 30 is what C voter is saying our numbers stand about 29, Abhishek. Ratan Chadha, any twist that you see? Because Congress seems to be in touch with the Tripura leaders also.
I would be surprised if Congress have pulled off any of such ideas, because Congress has been found flat-footed. We see what happened in Meghalaya last time and where it has ended today. That's the last chance there is. To my mind, this particular election is a tectonic shift in the Indian politics. The way Northeast election are being discussed now on the national TV, which are used to be just, bylines, and also the way everybody is talking about trend setting for 2024 shows that Northeast is now finally a part of media's thinking, the intellectual thinking, and the tyranny of distance doesn't exist anymore. That is biggest victory for BJP. As always said, that for BJP, Northeast was not just for winning elections, it was its commitment to bring it to the mainstream and give it importance where it was required, and that is the biggest change. And you talked about Adani. See, this is simply a case of stock manipulation, market manipulation, nothing more. Pulling down or hammering a particular company is nothing new. I just read yesterday there is another hammering of a Hong Kong-based company. So this is that particular game of bears and bulls that we must realize instead of making it a national issue of invest and loot gaya, because subject to market list is the very basis of every share transaction. And as far as Adani is concerned, its projects are solid, its assets are solid. Manipulation must be investigated. I think the kind of committee that Supreme Court has put in, the opposition should have no words to talk about now. And coming back to Northeast, I think as I said, the game changer is Nagaland, it is Meghalaya, and Tripura. I think BJP will pull it off. Whether it gets 28 or 29 is not the issue, and that is the way it is.
But in fact, Ratan Chadha, Sudeep Roy Burman, the Congress legislator from Tripura, has just spoken to Republic TV. In fact, we'll play that out in a short while from now. And they say that they are in touch with the Tripura Motha, the Congress CPM alliance will form the government. That's the confidence suddenly that they are exuding.
Communist Party, Tripura Communist Party and Congress only lived on its so-called inflated votes. The people who didn't belong to tribe and people who settled down in Tripura, that are the base of Marxist entire existence 30 years. Do you think that Tripura Motha will go to the extent of joining hands with very party which actually lived on exploiting these vote banks?
In fact, we'll go across to Prakash, who's on the ground getting us the latest data. Prakash has spoken to Sudeep Roy Burman as well as Jitendra Chaudhary, who's after all the chief ministerial face or was being projected as the chief ministerial face for the alliance. We'll try and go across to Prakash. Prakash, you've spoken to the Congress party. Sudeep Roy Burman is saying that they are in touch with the Tripura Motha. Now, is there any possibility of that happening? Because, it was largely seen that if at all a situation like this happens where the BJP is closer to the halfway mark, Tripura Motha is in all likelihood would be swaying towards the BJP.
Yes, Savan, you are absolutely right, because it all depends on which party is the largest, which party gets the largest number of seats, and that will be called for the swearing in for sure, and the stakes will be high for them. And naturally, the Congress party and the Communist party both are in touch with Tripura Motha for sure. They say that they feel that it's a secular party and it's a democratic fabric, and they are also championing the cause of the tribals, as is Sudeep Roy Burman. So as far as the seats are concerned, it's a tight contest as of now in Tripura, what we get to know, but more rounds to take place, around 2-3 rounds left. So anything can happen. BJP can cross the majority mark, or they might fall short by 1 or 2 seats. So obviously, Tripura Motha may swing in favor of the BJP, but political realignments do happen in politics. We have all seen it in the past, how in Haryana INLD was roped in the last moment and BJP formed the government. So it all depends on the realignment and the bargaining that takes place. One bone of contention with Tripura Motha is that they have been demanding a separate state in Tripura, which the BJP do not agree to. Even the Communist Party and the Congress Party also do not agree to. So what would be the bone of contention? On what basis they would ally with any party. That depends. So Tripura Motha naturally emerging as the key to the formation of government. It all depends on what numbers they get. Back to you.
All right. So Shravan, the numbers might still swing just by a bit, but essentially what it seems is BJP is in the striking distance insofar as Tripura is concerned. Thank you so much, Prakash, for joining us there from Agartala. BJP seems to be in a striking distance of the halfway mark, and which obviously gives the party a little more leverage vis-a-vis the left Congress combined, which still sort of not touching 20 between themselves. So it would depend essentially on where Tripura Motha really finds more stability when it comes to joining a government or forming an alliance to be in power. Having said that, it seems by and large the leads are in, Shravan, of all the three states.
Right now, just look at the results are more or less in. It's all clear. We'll put the total numbers out there on the screen. We can keep analyzing it, but keep going into the detail of it. Fact is, BJP is forming the government in all three states. Congress is over, and it's a clean win for the BJP in Tripura. Absolutely clean win for the BJP in Tripura. Where is the Trinamool Congress in Tripura? I don't know. Where is it?
It's not opened their account.
They've not opened their account?
In Tripura.
What is Nilanjan going to do? He's going to jump off into some swimming pool somewhere, They've not opened their account. Unmute yourself.
In fact,
Unmute yourself first.
Tripura Motha has 13 and Trinamool Congress 0.
Well, if you look at the vote share as per the election commission, the BJP has already got a 40% vote share, while the Congress is 11, and the 3MC has 0.82%. So much money.
Let's talk about
money, IPAC. Crores of rupees, corporate strategy, and 0.82% vote.
And no impact for being a Bengali party.
Ridiculous. Saurav Sikdar, what has happened here?
Arnab,
Saurav Sikdar, what has happened here to the Trinamool?
The BJP has lost the election in Tripura.
Well,
what was their number last time? They have lost it. Shame on BJP. The Tripura Bashis have rejected the BJP.
Not really, if you go by the numbers.
They want to come through the back door.
Trinamool Congress is fighting with Nota now in Tripura.
Well, in West Bengal, they can't even. You have brought in a spokesperson from Bengal. He can't even win one municipality in Bengal.
I think you lost the bypoll today, no?
No.
Trinamool lost the bypoll also?
It's
one bypoll you can't win.
I just want to ask him what happened in Sagardigi. And
Arnab is unhappy that the BJP hasn't won the Sagardigi bypoll.
Arnab,
it is a day of embarrassment for the BJP.
Two years of preparation, so many
embarrassment for the BJP.
Lots of minister at daily passengering from Calcutta to Tripura. What is the vote percentage of Trinamool Congress?
নিজেদের ফেলা থুতুটা নিজেরা চাটবেন।
Please control your language, please. Ridiculous. Even in frustrated times, people should talk like that.
No, I'm quoting what Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari says in
Saurav Sikdar, please.
The new language that Shubhendu Adhikari
Saurav Sikdar, let's look at the overall situation. We're looking at the national picture right now. And you see, Trinamool has just been a damn squib. It's hovering over 9 seats in Meghalaya, 1 seat in Tripura. And no,
Trinamool Congress has expanded
they've lost that 1 seat
in the northeast. That is the headline today.
Given the amount of money that the party has spent in Goa and Tripura, I mean, they could have just launched a party all over again.
How much did the BJP spend on the media or no?
And the Trinamool Congress's campaign in Tripura, despite Mamata Banerjee calling it her second home, has fallen woefully short. This is a reflection.
The BJP has lost Tripura. The people of Tripura have rejected the BJP.
Okay, now
that is the headline.
And they voted for the Trinamool.
If the number stabilizes, BJP might have more seats than the Trinamool Congress in the state of Meghalaya.
I think the spokesperson from Trinamool, either he is having a problem with his eyes. See, the thing is, Trinamool was never in a fight in Tripura. And second thing is, it's just a fourth round going on, and we are very close.
We
to
just got an
majority.
update from Bangla from on the Shagurdigi bypoll election update. Left.
Yeah, what is
I think the BJP
The
has
Left
won
Congress
Shagurdigi,
Alliance
right?
candidate is leading by 5,093 votes at the end of the fifth round.
Very significant
Republic
number out
Bangla. Republic Bangla is sending us the update.
So I want to look at the national picture, and if I were to just look at the overall sense right now, Tanveer, Subrashta, let's focus, Meeta, principally, you know, these are a bellwether. These are bellwether for what happens in not just the 5 Lok Sabha seats in these particular regions, but also a bellwether for what happens nationally. So Tanveer, the picture nationally is that the BJP alliance, the BJP individually, the BJP alliance extremely strong. No clear opposition is what I'm seeing out here. Interestingly, in 2 of the states out here, which is NPP, BJP itself was the opposition. And if you look at Tripura, the Tripura Mota is an opposition which will form the government in alliance with the BJP. So it's a BJP alliance which comes across very strong. There is no alternative alliance. Tanveer, how do you view this? How do you view this emerging situation, especially in the run-up to, this is the 1 year, 2 month, 1 year, 3 month run-up to the 24 general election?
Arnab, I think it sends a very strong signal, not only in terms of the alliances that BJP is able to form.
Smita?
No, that's Subrashta. Let Subrashta continue and then Smita. Yeah. And then Tanveer, you come in.
Subrashta.
And also it denotes that in states where BJP has not had a sustained stay, those are the states which it has a potential to retain now. Now let us remember that Tripura elections today is a reflection of what has happened in Tripura for the past 5 years. If we remember the Panchayat elections, the entire opposition was decimated. And you win in Panchayat, the local level elections, only if you have had a really great run on the ground with your Karyakartas. So Tripura for BJP has anyway been an ideological battle, which it has really strongly fought. Despite all the internal upheavals within the party, the chief minister resigning, a new chief minister being put in place and all of that, on the ground, the party really strengthened itself. That's point number 1. Point number 2, the way in which the opposition played was actually played at the hands of the BJP is also very interesting to see. TMC started to raise its head, but TMC has not been able to make a great foray into Tripura, despite all its credentials of being the state being close to Bangladesh, lot of Bangladeshi migrants being in Tripura and all of that. Still, TMC somehow has not been able to build and sustain a narrative and keep the leaders in their stock. Tripura Motha, Pradyot's party. Pradyot has always been in conversations across the party aisle, whether it was Congress, whether it was the BJP, whether it was the left. It has always, he always maintained a very amicable relationship despite all the media frenzy that we see. And today, whichever party comes to power will give credence to Tripura Motha for the simple reason that his idea was to become a kingmaker, and I think he has played his politics well, and he is already on the path of being so. So Tripura, for me, I think as far as I see, has really taken a very interesting turn, and a larger point on the politics of the Northeast with respect to this party. All insurgent movements in Tripura, please remember, ever since the BJP came to power in 2014, all insurgent parties in Tripura have been, insurgent politics in Tripura has really looked up to the BJP for assimilation with the national. But
let's go back again purely to the national picture. Tanveer, tell me, what is the mood setting this election has done?
Momentum.
The momentum. Who is the momentum with? What mood setting has this election result done? Yes.
But see, it is an interesting election. It really shows that the regional parties are very, very important to fight BJP. Congress is definitely going to play an important role. If at all you see in by-elections, in West Bengal, Tamil Nadu and in Jharkhand, Congress has won. So we can't really write Congress off. But however, if out of 5 by-election which happened, tell me where is one place where BJP has won? Absolutely nowhere. And now we are talking about Meghalaya. Other than Nagaland, where is BJP won? Absolutely nowhere. Tripura, it has not won. In Meghalaya, it has got only 5 seats.
Tripura,
now
who has won? Has the JDS won?
Number one channel in the
has
country.
Has the JDS won? I don't know which hat you are talking out of.
No, JDS.
Are you out of your mind? Who has won in Tripura?
JDS didn't.
No. Who has won in Tripura? Please tell me. No, I want your analysis. I want an analysis. I want to get a sense of how many blinkers you've got on.
Is if you Tripura result has been out totally. Only fourth round is counting on, and we are close to majority. So I mean, why they have come to a conclusion that BJP has lost Tripura?
Sir, let me finish, sir. Sir, I know your questions are very important, and I don't know whether
Tanveer, just before you finish, the NDPP is a BJP ally.
Tell me one place.
Along with one minute, just 1 minute. There's been significant amount of seat sharing with the NDPP, a very calculated alliance, and as you have seen, whether you like it or not, right?
40-20.
Yeah, it's a 40-20 seat sharing which they have done, which is a very interesting seat sharing. So the BJP saying we are going to play the junior partner. We let the NDPP be the principal partner in Nagaland. We have a significant presence. We make an inroad, and together you have swept. It's a super sweep with 40 seats out of 60. If 40 out of 60 is not a victory, then I don't know what is. And as far as Tripura is concerned, the BJP getting 29 out of 60, they're almost at the halfway mark on their own. They're forming the government. If that is not a victory, now they're at 30. If winning half the seats on your own is not a victory, I don't know what is. Then you go on to look at the state of Meghalaya, where you made a very significant entry with 7 seats. The NPP gets 24 seats. That's 31 seats. There also you're forming the government. If that is not a victory, I don't know what is. But you have a consummate quality. You have the ability to pull water out of a rock.
With the most corrupt party.
You have an ability to pull water out of a rock, Tanveer. Tanveer, the BJP has formed. The BJP is forming the government in all 3.
BJP has an ability to.
The BJP is forming the government in all 3 seats. Okay, Tanveer and Mr. Sikdar. Tanveer and Mr. Sikdar. Yeah.
Sir, 1 second.
Yeah.
The Ashtalakshmi states of India has absolutely water. What has BJP provided to them? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Talk about the results.
Have we solved any issues with China?
Talk about the results.
Are we really going to give them employment?
Talk about the results.
No.
Talk about the results.
Look who is talking.
Look who is talking.
Before BJP, if anyone never even thought about Northeast. So don't give all this lecture on the national channel. Ashtalakshmi, BJP only proved that Ashtalakshmi actually exists.
You the face. You can't really come and wear a fake fictitious dress of nationalism.
No. See, you can raise your voice, but doesn't suppress the fact. It will not suppress the fact. Fact will remain the fact. The look is policy.
Speaking in Bengali.
The
mood of the nation is absolutely anti-BJP. The mood of the nation is towards development, because they have absolutely one fake fictitious dress called nationalism.
I think this is the Trinamool effect, because this is the Trinamool effect. You are sitting in West Bengal, and you are also trained of art of lying.
Now let's look at the national picture.
No, it is not art of lying. It is
Who's
art
the
of
opposition?
living, art of fighting.
No,
that lady is absolutely giving you sleepless nights.
Every
lady, Mamata Banerjee, is giving you sleepless nights everywhere.
Has been caught with
really
the money.
showing you the mirror.
Don't tell. Everyone will laugh.
How many seats?
How many seats
did you have in 2018?
Are corrupt?
Are you not ashamed?
Tanveer,
of losing the halfway mark?
Roy has joined BJP.
BJP can't even cross the halfway mark in Tripura.
In all of this, I want to go to rhythm for a moment. I just want to go to rhythm for a moment. I need to patch in rhythm very quickly.
It will be clear.
You know, you had a Supreme Court verdict which has come in right now, and I want to go breaking on this very interesting Supreme Court verdict. The Supreme Court of India has said that the whole process of appointing India's... Can you be quiet, Nilanjan, for a moment? It's very disturbing. The Supreme Court of India has apparently said that the Chief Justice of India must play a role in appointing the Chief Election Commissioner.
Okay.
Now this is interesting. Can you be quiet, Nilanjan? Can you be off air for a minute, please? You don't need a constant commentary. And the Supreme Court of India has said, Smita, that the process of appointing the Chief Election Commissioner is not transparent. It should be made more transparent. And the Chief Justice of India, the leader of the opposition, and the Prime Minister, of course, should play a role in appointing the Chief Election Commissioner. This is very important, Abhishek, development where I want to get Abhishek, I want to get rhythm in, and then we'll have to analyze it for some time.
Yeah, this is big,
because it's a very, very significant decision. You know, there's been this ongoing battle between the government and the Supreme Court and the judiciary, and
on the appointment of judges. So they're getting back in some ways, perhaps.
No, and they've now made it extremely clear that that they are going ahead and changing the whole process. So I just wanted to make a mention of that. Let's move back to the big story of the moment, ladies and gentlemen, which is the BJP forming a government in all the three northeastern states. A sense of denial, you know, and a sense of sadness, really, Smita. A sense of sadness is pervading certain parts. I can see the sadness go around like a halo across Lutyens, Delhi, Shalawan. Sadness. I mean, 6 months of hard work.
Actually,
6 months of complete passionate involvement in the Bharat Todo campaign, cover every aspect of it.
In fact,
and this is the result. So I see a pervading sense of sadness and denial that's actually building up, Smita. What do you think? Yeah.
Yeah, so can I come in?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and also, if I may say so, some Lutyens channels desperate for some other news. B.S. Yediyurappa being made a Karnataka BJP campaign chief becomes breaking story today. You have to find a story to not cover the news, which is the biggest story of the day, which is the results in 3 states. But today you must not talk about this. You must analyze why Yediyurappa will be part of or in what way Yediyurappa will be part of the campaign. I mean, these are such, you know, this is the reality.
In Nagaland,
this is a reality today. Reality. I wish the Lutyens newsrooms well. I hope they find some headline for the day. Like when the Adani news came, it was a pretty perfunctory forming of a committee for 2 months. The Lutyens channels went berserk. They said, this is our moment, let's dive into it. Let's not talk about the BJP creating a foothold in the Northeast. Let's dive into it. Let's not talk about Rahul Gandhi incarcerating and lacerating his own party with the Bharat Todo Yatra. Let's dive into it. Let's not talk about the fact that the Trinamool has been hardly able to maintain a presence in Tripura, hardly been able to do as well as many people predicted in Meghalaya. Let's not talk about the election results. Let's talk about everything. Let's talk about the weather. Let's talk about the price of pizza. Let's talk about Yediyurappa's involvement in the Karnataka campaign. Let's not talk about this. I'm telling you, let's not talk about this because this is truly embarrassing. This is truly embarrassing. We work, the Lutyens media says, we work 6 months, 8 months in a row. We promote this fellow. We do everything possible. We create a balloon on Adani. And at the end of the day, this is the kind of result, and it's so disappointing, which is why like a shadow, it's moving across Lutyens today, a sense of sadness. Smita, this sense of sadness must move on. We must analyze the results. So I want to analyze both the response to the results from a section of Lutyens as well as the overall pervading national picture now. Smita.
Yeah, okay. So, Yediyurappa notwithstanding, the thing is that I don't understand how any serious analyst, despite what you said, could say that the Congress has done well in this campaign. I mean, this is a party that has really snoozed through this election and concentrated all its energy on that yatra. So, they have nothing to talk about as far as these election results are concerned. They aligned with the left, that is it. Other than that, coming to the TV studios and fulminating out here, they've done really nothing. The BJP, if it forms in 2 or 3, if it forms government, they have to note, the opposition will have to introspect that 2 of these are Christian majority areas. So the Christians are deserting the so-called secular parties, because these parties tried to say that they are the secular party and BJP is the Hindu majoritarian party. I want to put this in quotes. So if they are deserting these so-called secular parties and are voting for the BJP or even Pradyut for that matter, doing so well, that means the secularism ka jo chola oda hua hai na, that is rubbish. So that the people are going to vote as per what they want, not because of these terms of secularism and majoritarianism.
I want a comment from Mohammad Salim on that of the CPM. Mohammad Salim, you know, the disappointing performance of the so-called secular alliance in Tripura, and the fact that the Bharatiya Janata Party on its own returning with more than 40% of the vote share, defeating this entire concept of anti-incumbency, right? I want a quick comment from you on that.
The result is yet to come, but giving your take, I can say you that anti-incumbency factor was there. That's why they have changed the chief minister. Now you are discussing the vote result, but now you can tell that, okay, this is a master stroke, that BJP has understood how to do away with the anti-incumbency factor. So change the chief minister. We have seen in Gujarat, we have seen in other states, and we have seen in Himachal they did not do it. So naturally they face this. So anti-incumbency factor is there, voter satisfaction is not there. And now that Mrs. Smita was talking about so-called secular party and so-called Hindu majoritarian, I don't know how many times she has visited Tripura or other states. So you'll see how they try to consolidate Hindu votes. What is Yogi Adityanath? Why all this Baba Log?
Why don't you talk about your results? I mean, you know, you can't talk about your results, your performance. It's been disastrous, you know. I really, you know, you have got just with the alliance, you got 16 sort of Sikdar. No, the question is obvious because you're in denial about the problem is you're in denial about the results. The left has been completely wiped out in Tripura despite a very hypocritical alliance that you have with the Congress.
Hang on. What is wrong with Baba Log?
No, but that's...
No, what is wrong? Look at the way he says Baba Log. This Yogi Adityanath has been elected twice as chief minister. So Baba ka kya problem hai? What is your problem with Babas? If they have been elected by the people of the state, and the fact is
Saurav Sikdar also coming in. Saurav
what is your problem with Baba Log?
Saurav,
who is the Baba Log? Do you know who is called Baba Log in this country?
Saurav,
why are you looking down
Saurav.
Why are you looking down on Yogi Adityanath to Tripura? Is it a separate country?
Saurav, this is showing the frustration of Mohammad Salim, calling Yogi Adityanath ji by Baba. This is nothing but his frustration. Lefts are, you know, they are fighting for their existence. In West Bengal, they are wiped out, and in Tripura also followed by West Bengal, they are going to be wiped out. This is simply Mohammad Salim frustration that he is calling Baba Log. So this is quite natural for this lefty.
With the saffron clad, and that is Baba's. From Ramdev Baba to Sadhguru. I don't mind saying this. Even religious leaders, Muslim religious leaders.
Sir, nobody actually cares.
If it is Madani even, I don't mind that.
Well, you know, I don't know.
You can say so.
But why don't you, Mr. Salim, I have something to tell you.
Rubbish.
Please hear me. Please hear me on this. You see, it's very, you know, any political party or any political leader of any maturity looks at their own performance. Now, Mr. Salim, you need to read the writing on the wall.
Of course.
Instead of doing theoretical politics, you need to understand that you have been unable to uproot the BJP. The BJP has gone and formed a government, and it has defeated anti-incumbency, whereas your party is absolutely stagnant and in fact falling. Now, Mr. Salim, you can go and talk about other people's Baba Log and all that. I want to ask you, what is Rahul Baba for you? What is your ideological link? I really have been wanting to ask you this question. You say you are a leftist. You say that you are a leftist. You still claim to be a leftist. Yes. So I want to know, what is your ideological interest with the Vadra Congress? This is a party which you started your career for the longest time saying this is a bloodthirsty party. The most bloodthirsty party of the country has killed communists. Communists will die, but we will never tie up with the Vadra Congress. But today, you are the most loyal ally. You'll have to listen. You are the most loyal ally ever. There is nobody more loyal than you to the Congress. The Congress is finished, but you will not leave the Congress. Congress is over, but Mohammad Salim and left will not leave the Congress. In fact, you will go down with the Congress. I want to know from you, Mr. Salim, what is your love for the Congress? There's so much love, affection. In fact, a lot of people commenting on your and Sitaram Yechuri's policies. And I want to know, your and Sitaram Yechuri's policies are totally decided by what Congress party says. What is it? Your leaders go in chartered planes with Congress party leaders. What leftism are you doing?
Unfortunately,
you people travel in chartered planes with Congress party leaders. Wherever Congress is there, you are a number 2 party. And you are talking about Baba Log of others. You tell me, my question to you is very straight. You have to tell me today, Mr. Salim, listen to me, Mr. Salim, what is your link with the Congress party? What is your alliance with the Congress party?
Go to the streets.
What is your alliance with the Congress party? Go to the streets means what? You tell me. My question is, what is your link with the Congress party?
Now listen. If you have the courage to listen.
Don't teach me courage. Don't teach me courage after becoming a lieutenant after being an assistant to the Vadra Congress. You're talking to me about courage. You've tied up with the Vadra Congress.
Give me the time you have taken for the question. It's a propagandist.
You are a revisionist. But you are a revisionist. But don't people call you a revisionist nowadays? Are you not a revisionist?
Whatever you say.
No, but are you not a revisionist? I'm not saying.
Why don't you put a
as a partner of the Vadra Congress, are you not a revisionist? Are you not a revisionist? Are you not a revisionist? You are a revisionist. You are a revisionist ally of the Vadra Congress, true or false?
Whatever you say.
Whatever I say.
You put a question, please, if you have a question.
My question is straight.
Or you go to the street corner.
Why did you lose? Forget street politics. No, listen to me. Why did you lose Tripura? Simple question. Talk about yourself, no. You talk about everybody else. Why have you lost Tripura?
For 5 years, you have, listen answer. For 5 years, you have folded eyes, and you have not seen what type of terror is there in Tripura. Attacks, murders, loots, destruction of political parties, livelihoods of the oppositions. They wanted to make it an opposition-free Tripura. But they have failed to do that. Still the CPM is there. Still the left is there.
Yeah, so I want to ask you two questions. I want to ask you two questions, Mr. Salim. Mr. Salim, I want to ask you two follow-up questions.
How many times you have reported the killings and murders of Tripura?
Yeah, I'll ask you a question on that. I'm asking you, now listen to me. How many times? How many times have you said that the families of the left cadre, the families of the left cadre murdered by the Congress? How many families of left cadre were murdered by the Congress? Yes. Have you forgotten all that? Now you tell me now, I just want him on and nobody else. I am asking you, what would you say to the families of the left cadre who have been murdered by the Congress? It doesn't matter to you, is it? Dispensable commodities for you. Left cadre murdered by the Congress does not matter to you.
Whenever.
No, you tell me, no. since you say you are supporting the Bharat Jodo Yatra, please tell. No, I'm asking you. A straight question. You will have to reply now. Since you have come on my program, you will have to reply. Your choice was not to come, but since you've come on the program, you have to reply. One-on-one. No breeze. Sort of and this. Tell me. I'm asking you a question, but you will have to answer. 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 There is no running away, Mr. Mohammed Salim. The families of the left cadre murdered by the Congress. Did you not sell your ideology for political seats? You have sold your ideology for political seats. You should drop the word communist from your name. You are a loyal partner of the Vadra Congress, which murdered so many thousands of left cadre. You forgot all that?
Have you finished your speech? Have you finished your speech?
It's not a speech. It's a question that you can't answer. It's a question that you can't answer.
I'll just put it up. You want me to go out of this show?
No, I don't want you to. I want you to face me with courage.
Listen.
I want you to gather courage and face me.
Yes, you have your ears, not only mouth. You have 2 ears and 1 mouth.
Yeah. And where are your ears?
Listen.
Is that the same?
Where are your ears?
It's not love for
Mr.
How many
Salim,
years
is
do
that
you
the
have?
same bourgeois Congress?
Listen.
If you've joined hands with
Ramesh,
a decaying bourgeois party.
You are there. You are a gentleman once. Before getting the money and the
Now you know, I'll tell you one thing. You want to give me low-level comments, I will not respond to low-level comments. Low-level comments from you, I will not respond to. Never forget today. Never forget today, I'll tell you one thing. Never forget, Mohammed Salim, you have tried to abuse people personally in the past. Don't cross your line with me. Don't cross your line with me, Mohammed Salim, I'm telling you. Don't you dare to get personal with me. Don't you dare. I will hit you back really hard. Now tell me, what would you say to the left cadre murdered by the Congress who you have allied with and lost?
Do you have the courage to listen to me?
I am seeing a man with no courage in front of me.
Do you have?
I am seeing a man with no courage in front of me who needs to explain to the left cadre why he ties up with the bourgeois party and loses every time.
You could not face Kangra, a comedian. You could not face.
Now you are going to talk about so-called comedians. This is the level to which you've fallen. Answer my question on why you lost Tripura.
Yes.
Stop trying to go personal with me. I'll go so personal you will not be able to face me anymore. Answer the question. Gather some courage, Mohammed Salim.
That should be the first
question. Stop shivering on my program.
Be the first question.
Why have you lost in Tripura?
You brought in all those Badra. Where from Badra?
Why have you?
Who is Badra of Congress?
Vadra Congress.
Who is Badra of left?
Vadra Congress.
Had there been Congress?
Vadra Congress.
Congress government, Badra would have been your
Vadra Congress.
Badra is nobody of Congress.
Vadra, Priyanka Vadra, Robert Vadra, Vadra Congress.
Now listen to.
Now why are you embarrassed about accepting your tie-up with the Vadra Congress?
Had there been Congress government, Vadra would have been your master.
No, but you have a Vadra Congress. No, listen. Mohammed Salim, you don't give me low-level talk because I will not respond to low-level talk. How have you lost Tripura? Saurav, you look at him today, he's just shivering, he can't answer. He tied up with the Vadra Congress. Did I tell you to tie up with the Vadra Congress which murdered all your cadre?
You are continuing speaking.
You are not being able to speak.
You are continuously.
Mr. Salim, you are not being able to speak. You explain your tie-up with the Vadra Congress.
First of all, in Tripura, there is a left front. We had a seat adjustment with Congress. And there's nothing personal.
Seat adjustment or partnership?
Left has this love for Congress because we love country, constitution and the freedom struggle. The legacy of freedom struggle, if you read, you see there
you want me to tell you what you do with your own leaders? You think people have forgotten what you did to Achyutanandan, what you did to Somnath Babu? You think people have forgotten what you did to your great Marxist leaders, Somnath Babu, Achyutanandan, Manik Sarkar, discarded by your own party? So Mohammed Salim can sit down there and do a tie-up with Vadra Congress.
Dashrath Deb.
No, once upon a time you used to talk about Marxism.
Is still living.
These are the people, they discarded Achyutanandan, Manik Sarkar, discarded Achyutanandan, discarded Manik Sarkar, discarded Somnath Babu, only to do a partnership with the Vadra Congress.
Where are you here? As a journalist?
You are a partner of the Vadra Congress.
As a journalist?
Are you not a partner of the Vadra Congress? Why are you embarrassed about what you've done?
Not allowed to reach to his constituency.
But have you not become a partner of the Vadra Congress? Are you embarrassed about what you've done? You accept what you've done. You accept what you've done. You have done a partnership with the Vadra Congress. Saurabh, why is he not accepting the partnership with the Vadra
You are
Congress?
sleeping with BJP that time.
Why is he not accepting his partnership with the Vadra Congress and using bad language
For 5
now?
years, Manik Sarkar was
Why?
not allowed
No,
to
no.
reach
But
this
why did you? What did you do
with
to
the police,
Somnath
with the
Babu?
goons.
How did you treat Somnath Babu? Only to do a partnership with Vadra Congress. These are your ideals. This is your Marxism. This is your Marxism, that today at this stage of your career you come on my program and you are not able to accept yes or no. I have a partnership with Vadra Congress. I am proud of it. Say it. Say I have a partnership and I am proud of it.
Then now Somnath Chatterjee stayed back with the UPA.
They are alliance.
You're an ally of the Vadra
You know
Congress.
that, but you've forgotten everything.
But you're a tie-up. You have a tie-up with the Vadra
innocent
Congress,
person.
Mohammad Salim.
When you're going here and there, you talk about Manik Sarkar.
Now he wants to talk about the contribution.
Manik Sarkar. How many times you have reported when Manik Sarkar was attacked?
Put your finger down
Manik Sarkar
first of all.
was not allowed
First of
to
all,
visit
put
his
your finger
constituency
down
for
when
5
you're
years.
talking to me.
When his
Don't
processor
wag
was
your
attacked,
finger at me.
where you were there?
Don't
As a
wag your
journalist?
finger at me.
As a journalist, where you were there?
Don't wag your finger at me. Why did
Yes, I
you
have
lose
to.
Tripura?
As a
Would you,
journalist-
okay, let me ask you. Will
As a
will you
journalist,
continue?
have to face this question.
Okay, Mr. Salim,
When you
here's a
utter
question
the
to
word
you.
Manik Sarkar,
Don't
when
go
you
personal
fail
on me. I don't
report the
respond to
attack on
personal
Manik
attacks.
Sarkar.
But I will ask you one question. Tell me one thing, Mr.
Okay,
Mohammad
leave it.
Salim.
Thank you.
My question
Over.
to you, will you
Thank you,
continue
over.
your partnership
You be-
with the Vadra
you
Congress
be
or is
with
this the
the-
last
you be with your
partnership
masters.
with the Vadra
Thank you.
Congress? Is the first
You
time
be
or
with
last
your
time?
Masters. Arnab Goswami, you be with your masters.
No, you answer
I
my
know
question.
those
Are you
who
going to
pay,
continue the tie-up
they
with the
said that
Vadra Congress or is
So,
this the end?
I know. To protect the constitution, to kick out the bootleggers, to kick out those who are opposed to
Subrashta
the
is
unity
not.
of the people. We
Subrashta.
are there to bring all those people who are opposed to BJP and TMC in Bengal.
So you will continue your tie-up with the Vadra Congress?
Against the corrupts. You are, if you have to choose between Adani and India, I am with India,
lot of noise
not with
at
Adani.
my
That's all.
place, which is why-
Thank you.
I know Saurabh Sikdar is putting a question to you. You don't look very shaken, Mr.
Thank you.
Mohammad Salim. No,
you
you're not running away. Saurabh,
No,
yeah.
you put it off. Put it off.
Why don't you want to answer some
Mr.
questions?
Salim, Mr.
Best
Salim,
person is there. Kunal Kamra is there to face Republic.
Yeah,
Mr.
I
Salim,
will ask you to, if you have the
even
courage,
after
you bring in
even
Kunal
after
Kamra.
your defeat
That's a
in
good match.
Tripura,
Thank you. You talk about Sagar Digi
he didn't
also.
answer anyway.
By-election is
But the
there. I'm
question
sitting in
is,
Calcutta and Bengal.
even
Why you are so
after this
obsessed with
defeat, even after this
Why don't you
defeat,
report Sagar
what will
Digi
they next?
By election.
By the way, Mr. Mohammad Salim, I have done more coverage of Sagar Diga than anyone else. You don't have to tell me. All day I've been covering it. But why don't you answer the question about your tie-up with the Vadra Congress? So you're saying Sagar Diga is a proof of the fact that you need a tie-up with the Congress.
20 times
So you're
Vadra.
saying that
so
you
obsessed
Sagar Diga is a proof of the fact that you
You are
need a
so-
tie-up with the
yes,
Congress,
indeed.
which means no. One
Indeed.
minute, just 1 minute. Are you admitting that without the Congress you can't
No.
take on the Trinamool?
We have to take on both BJP and Trinamool, and for that matter, those who are opposed to BJP and Trinamool, we are going to have tie-ups with them, even in Panchayat. You will see that.
No, so you're saying that you are going to continue to
That's the
have
answer.
tie-ups with
Simple.
the Congress at all levels, nationally and in Bengal. That's part of your political strategy. Is it part of the political resolution of the CPM as well?
As Congress will talk about Bharat Jodo, as opposed to Bharat Todo, we are with Congress. Since
We are with
independence
Congress.
day,
Big statement
whenever
out
they
there.
Talk about freedom,
Big statement out there. We are totally with Congress, says Mohammad Salim. Did you see that? It's a big headline. Mohammad Salim says we are totally with
Not
Congress.
totally. Nothing.
Congress, he
In
just
politics,
said.
there's nothing called totally.
But we are totally
No,
with
it's
Congress.
not like time.
What, you're
it's not like
partially?
your channel.
You're
Not
partially
totally.
with Congress.
Not totally.
No, are you partially with
Politics, there's
Congress?
nothing like
No, what are
totally.
you? Are partially? In part,
On the
20%,
question
30%,
of
what?
economic policies, we oppose the BJP, the Congress and BJP. On the question of unity of the people, we oppose to BJP and we go with Congress.
We
There's
go
a
with
question which is when the BJP was
Very
not
interesting
there,
statement
when
out
BJP
here.
did not born.
Tanveer
we
is
opposed
making a comment.
Congress.
One
Because
minute.
emergency was clear.
Tanveer also. Tanveer, he
when our
says
people were killed,
go
he
with the
said
Congress, he
we
says.
opposed to
Yeah, yeah,
Congress.
interesting.
Now BJP is killing the
Tanveer is saying something to you. Mohammad Salim, Tanveer. Yeah, go on.
Mohammad Salim, we are in allies with the Communist Party in Kerala. but we are not at all with Congress. We don't want this country to really go into the hands of Congress, because Congress has absolutely done no development of the country. So is the BJP. I think the regional forces are strong enough to take both these national parties, because we have an agenda. We have people-friendly agenda. I think when you say that we are with Congress, sitting at a very senior position like yours, we are really sending a wrong information to the people who are looking for a third option, which is you, me, and together we can really form a great alliance, and we can really defeat both these national parties who have done nothing but looting this country. And what has Congress contributed for the development or betterment of this country? They have strategically
I want to at this stage, including we have a fantastic panel on this very subject. On this very subject, I want to go to Mr. Patton. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us right now Nagaland Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Patton. Thank you, Mr. Nagaland Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Patton. Mr. Patton, when you hear this comment from Mohammad Salim of the CPM saying we are with the Vadra Congress, we are with the Congress, the Vadra Congress, we are there, and I find it ironical, Mr. Salim, that you are comparing Sagardhigi Bipole with losing a state, that you don't think Tripura is important enough for you to talk about. But I want your thoughts on it on a day when the Congress has been pretty much wiped out in Nagaland. Mr. Patton, please. And Mr. Salim can hear that, please. Yeah, Mr. Patton.
Yeah. Thank you for having me in your channel, Goswami ji. Here in Nagaland, we don't have any Congress MLA for the last 10 years. For the 2 term, we don't have Congress MLA elected member in our Nagaland Assembly. Why? During our Congress rule under the Prime Ministership of our Manmohan Singh ji, he is our neighbor. He is a Rajya Sabha member from Assam. Though he was a Prime Minister for 10 years, he did not visit Nagaland even once. Under the dynamic and visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, within a span of 9 years, he has visited Northeast 57 times. So there is no question of Congress in Nagaland, Goswami ji.
Did you hear that? But you know, I just wanted Mohammad Salim to hear that. Mohammad Salim, you never answered the question on Tripura. Before you go, since I asked you the question 8 times, would you like to explain to the people why you have so badly lost Tripura? Or do you feel that's a question you don't need to answer?
No, allow me to answer. One is the 5 years, this attack continuously on the opposition. That's why opposition has come together. Secondly, the CPIM and the left was not allowed to function freely, as we have faced in Bengal under TMC. Similarly in Tripura, even Dhanpur constituency was used to be represented by Manik Sarkar, but he was not allowed to visit to his constituency. Whenever he wanted to visit, he was attacked in presence of the police. This is how the murder of democracy. When Congress-led Jot murdered democracy in Tripura, we fought against that. And now when the question is fighting for democracy and secularism,
it's an interesting answer. It's an interesting answer where you basically are saying
together against the BJP.
Yeah, where you basically your point is we lost because of those on the other side. Mr. Salim, I thank you very much for joining me today.
Butcher of democracy.
One question. And Vadra Congress is what?
One question.
Vadra Congress is what? Mr. Salim, don't go away. He's gone. Okay, I want to go back to the Deputy Chief Minister of Nagaland right now for a moment, please. Mr. Patton, if you can analyze the overall result in terms of the politics of the Northeast. You know, BJP alliance is back in all 3 states. How do you view the overall political climate that's building up there in the run-up to 2024?
Here, yes. For this Northeast, especially Nagaland, we are expecting the thumping majority alliance with NDPP and BJP in this coming.
That's evident.
Is where we are going to declare the result today. Why? Even not only Nagaland, now the entire Northeast have wiped out the Congress in the Northeast. During the Congress rules, we don't see any development, either healthcare, road connectivity, air connectivity, and development in the activities in the Northeast. That's why now, especially Nagaland, under the Prime Ministership of Honorable Narendra Modi ji, we can witness so many development activities, infrastructure, health, road sector, and every nook and corner of our state, Nagaland, people witnesses, villager witnesses that they are getting free of rice and free of water supply. So we, especially in Northeast, especially in Nagaland, we want to be under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji.
Mr. Patton, I thank you very much. That's the Deputy Chief Minister of Nagaland, Mr. Patton, on the Modi factor and the run-up to 2024. So interesting lineup, and I want you to quickly take us through, Shravan. Thank you, Mr. Patton. Take us through, Shravan, the latest numbers as they are forming right now, and whether you see any shift, and especially the situation in Meghalaya, if I can get you in on that.
As far as Meghalaya is concerned, Arnab, it's NPP still the single largest party, about 24. The UDP is actually...
So Meghalaya is the NPP BJP government. Question is whether UDP comes along with
comes in. It's about 9 seats. We are looking at UDP.
But the Trinamool has really sort of petered out, right?
It has gone down to... It has actually gone down to below the Congress party also. It's about 4 right now, and the Congress party is at 5.
Absolute disaster.
So, but the big news that we got from our partner channel...
There is no opposition. So Tanveer, you were talking about it, and Pankaj, you need to come about it. The opposition really has no strategy here in the Northeast at all. And the fragmented opposition. I think this period in which various parties are vying for the Congress vote is a fantastic period for the BJP, because that vote gets fragmented, where the BJP vote consolidates. And in Tripura, exactly what I said has happened, Tanveer, where BJP gets 4% less vote share, but comes in comfortably. So, it's not like the BJP vote is consolidating further, it's that the opposition vote is getting fragmented further. And I don't see a change in this trend up to 24. Do you, Tanveer?
Arnab, I don't. Actually, this is something which is above me. I'm sure my party leaders would definitely analyze and take a decision. But from our last experience, we can tell that our voters get easily transferred to Congress whenever there is an alliance. But Congress voters don't really vote for us, because I don't know, they really live in a misnomer. So that's the reason we, after analyzing very deeply, a person like Deve Gowda was defeated because Congress voters, wherever Congress was strong, the votes didn't come to us. But wherever we were strong, the votes definitely got transferred to Congress. So I'm sure we are not going to have any alliance with Congress, and neither with BJP, because the country definitely needs a third alternative, and which we would, as regional parties, would definitely give an answer. You might call it as fragmented alliance, fragmented opposition, but we are definitely united to make this country understand both these national parties. Other than giving slogans and words, they have done no development, whether it is
there are no, which two national parties are you talking about? Which is the second national party? I don't know. Because one is BJP. Which is the second national party?
Indian National Congress I'm talking about.
Out of your mind. Where
and you call it as Vadra Congress. I don't know what is Vadra Congress.
I mean, it's a thought, but where is the party? The party.
No, the party is there. The party is there ruling in 3 states, and the party is there. They have a significant MP, so we can't really write off the party which ruled this country for 60 years. We can't really write them off so easily.
You want to build them up so you have a barter position, so that you can barter stronger with the BJP before joining them after the elections. From a Karnataka perspective, you need to keep building up the Congress so that you can negotiate harder with the BJP. That's all that you're doing, but that's not what voters want.
No comments, Arnab.
And no comments reflects everything. Pankaj, don't look so shell-shocked. This is the reality in the country today.
No.
Kamru, this is the reality. Kamru and Pankaj, you need to cheer up.
They have more than 900 MLAs.
Arnab, if you want to take these elections to the national perspective,
Congress is everywhere in the country. Don't say that Congress is wiped out.
The point out here that I want to make is the Congress is not there in anywhere in the picture before these elections in Nagaland, neither in Tripura, neither in Meghalaya. Because Meghalaya, we had 21 MLAs which were bought by the Trinamool Congress. They wanted to hire our leaders to fight an election to prove that they are nationally relevant. But you know, this election has rather passed a referendum on the Trinamool rather than on the Congress. We have gained on our vote share, no doubt, in the 3 states. Last 2 assemblies, we did not have a representative in the Nagaland Assembly. We did not have one in the Tripura Assembly. We have gained. In Tripura, the BJP has come down from 44 seats to 30 or 31 seats that they are leading right now. That's a big fall.
I don't know where you get
Secondly,
numbers from, Mr. Kabru, as far as Nagaland is concerned, just hear me out. Ramdas Athavale's party and the LGP has got more seats than you. Ramdas Athavale's party in Nagaland and the LGP has got more than the Congress party.
No, in Nagaland, what Shubrasta and the rest might be about.
So that's what, well, I'm seeing the numbers. Even, yeah, you're right. Subrasta is right. Kamru, JDU has also got there. Look at the current situation, the writing on the wall. The writing on the wall as far as the Congress party is concerned. Till about a few years ago, you were dominating.
I got your point. Let me finish, please. I was born in Nagaland. I spent my entire childhood in Nagaland. I know what the politics is all about in Nagaland. It's zero ideology and 100% money back. That's what Nagaland politics is all about.
Subrashta.
You did not have an opposition in 2018 assembly because all the NPM MLAs, they switched to the NDTP. You have got instances where a High Court building was supposed to be built going up for 90 crores. You know,
key issues like the Naga political issue was also handled in a very crafty manner. Now, Kamru, if you want to just end everything to simply by saying it's all money that works, don't forget when the BJP, as far as that framework agreement is concerned, that was also done in a crafty manner. What the Congress could not do for 24 years. Militancy, you're talking about insurgency in Tripura. 1 second, you don't want to. Today, Kamru, today Tripura has become. Will you ever admit that Tripura has become the logistical hub as far as the Eastern India is concerned? Tripura, Subrashta, please enlighten everyone here. The Tripura today, among all the northeastern states, is the logistical hub as far as the Act East policy is concerned. And that is the reason why if people are voting, if there is no anti-incumbency in Tripura, that's because of the schemes.
No, he's making very racist remarks about Tripura. He's making very, very disgraceful, patronizing remarks about Tripura. Kamru,
vote percentage has gone down. Seats have gone down.
What are you showing, Nilanjan?
Last time in Tripura, BJP contested 51.
Arnab, I'm showing you. I'm showing you the Sagar Tiki candidate with Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari, the leader of opposition. The Congress in West Bengal is in hand in gloves with the BJP. Mr. Kamru, I want to tell you that your candidate, he is accused of sexual harassment. So you should be ashamed.
The minority votes are beginning to desert you.
You have colluded with Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari. You have taken help from Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari. Mr. Adhikari, the leader of the opposition, is on record having said that he will ensure that Trinamool Congress will not win. He will ensure that the minority vote shifts somewhere else.
No, but if
this is completely a nexus between the BJP, Congress and the left.
If the Trinamool has lost, the Trinamool has lost.
On the minority votes. So when you vote for minority votes, somebody is going to come and do a saffron, quote-unquote saffron polarization. So for you guys, Arnab is right. Derisively.
Mr. Salim, I wanted to put a question to Mr. Salim. You didn't allow me.
Your everything.
You didn't allow me. The BJP has actually, I want to congratulate the BJP because Mr. Byron, this was about...
Saurabh is saying. Yeah,
and you shut up. I'm talking right now.
Quiet, yeah. Why don't get personal on this, yeah? She's responding to you. Please, Saurabh is on the program right now. If you're frustrated because you lost Sagardiga, it's not Subrasha's problem. You lost Sagardiga, you lost Sagardiga. You lost. What can anyone do about it? Try to win next time. Saurabh Sikdar of the BJP can take that.
Don't invite me to a channel.
Before Saurabh comes in, I will take 10 seconds. One important point about Tripura is that...
No, not Tripura, please. No, not Tripura. He made a point here. He made a point here. You are nowhere in Tripura. You're not in the reckoning.
The Congress spokesperson must answer.
Kamru on the right. You're getting too excited.
Well, is that Trinamool Congress and Congress?
No, you have not once said the Congress
they are only concerned about a by-election seat, that is Sagardigi. Instead of three elections where Congress is badly defeated and TMC hardly existing. So instead of three state elections, why you are starting a by-election in West Bengal?
The BJP has become so irrelevant in Bengal that they are having to, forge, unsaid alliances with the left and the Congress. This is the condition in Bengal.
Arnab, may I come in?
Three parties have come together.
You know.
Arnab, I want you to respond.
We don't need a relevancy certificate from you in West Bengal. We are the opposition party, and every day, that's why you are frustrating.
Well, the BJP spokesperson must know that they have been relegated to the
third
position.
But Sagardigi, you have lost. Sagardigi, if you have lost, you have lost. If you have lost Sagardigi, no, but Saurabh, tell me one thing. This Sagardigi election, why is it such a blow for Mamta? And
it's not. It's just a by-election.
Yeah, sure, but it's a
big... all the opposition parties have come
together.
But
you said we lost the minority vote. So first of all, there is an admission out there that you try to... There is an admission there that the Trinamool Congress sort of wants to always appease the minority vote, and I think that's very wrong. You should not try to appease the minority vote. And now you're getting angry and you're saying the minority vote is not with us. Both make no sense out here. Yeah.
No. This has been said by Mr. Shubhendu Adhikari. I'm quoting him.
Arnab, the minorities of West Bengal has clearly been understood that they have been using like a vote bank, and that is the result of Sagardigi.
Why is the party
because this is
that
the
has become third in this election? Why are they speaking?
The minorities of West Bengal clearly understood they has been used as a vote bank.
I am putting the allegation on the Congress. Why is the BJP answering?
That's why today is the result in Sagardigi, West Bengal.
Yes, the result says that BJP is in third position.
Anyway, viewers, it's 12 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock. For a moment, I'm going to take a very, very short break. We go into the headline sequences.
Thank you so much.
And I thank you all for joining me till this point of time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the overall picture right now, you have in this battle for the Northeast, I just want to make a point that the election results have effectively been declared. This is the first impact of the Bharat Todo Yatra. It has established that Rahul Gandhi can ski in Gulmarg and fly to speak to 20 people in Cambridge, but he has absolutely destroyed whatever is left, and the rebuilding Rahul campaign has led to the destruction of whatever is left of the Congress party. BJP alliance in power in 3 states in the Northeast. I'm handing over to Shravan and Abhishek, and I shall see you soon.
Well, in fact, the big picture clearly is that the Congress has been completely decimated in all the 3 states. The BJP well placed right now in all 3 states, starting from Tripura and Meghalaya. Also, it seems that they are already in talks, Abhishek. So it's a clear big picture that's emerging in all 3 states. And I would say the other bigger story here from the state of Meghalaya is that a party which had just 2 seats, BJP now has about 7 seats. So it's a for that tag that they had for the longest time, that it's anti-minority, all of that is out, completely out.
That would be an important takeaway, Shravan, for the BJP from Meghalaya. But then the larger picture is the national picture. where we see some tailwinds, obviously for the BJP, as we have 6 more state elections coming in the rest of the year before we build up to the general election cycle. I believe we have some reactions coming into the results, and if we can just go through them one by one.
I think after landing in Tripura, you had interacted with the cross-section of the people, and you might have seen the scenario outside. That nowhere the mood has been reflected among the minds of the people. It is not in favor of the ruling party. And that few organizations who have conducted this exit poll, actually they came here being hired by a certain political party to create the hype in their opinion poll. And those organizations, they made this thing. So that is not, what I'll say, in tune with the people's mind, in tune with what happened. And after defying all odds, last 5 years, Tripura people were barred from casting.
एब्सोल्युटली मेजोरिटी लेके बीजेपी की सरकार बनेगा, ये अभी कहता हूँ और दावे के साथ कहता हूँ. बीजेपी छक्के पे छक्का मारेगा, क्योंकि मोदी जी ने हमारा त्रिपुरा को इतना सारा गिफ्ट दिया है, और हमारा कार्यकर्ता, हमारा गवर्नमेंट 2018 बनने के बाद सरकार ने भी आम जनता हो, किसान हो, गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय हो, सबके लिए इतना सारा काम किया है, और हमारा कार्यकर्ता भी इतने सारे काम किया है. इसका परिणाम अच्छा होगा और एब्सोल्युटली मेजॉरिटी
काम किया. जैसे कुछ काम गिना
नहीं, हम लोग घर घर जाना, लोगों के साथ बात करना, लोगों को जोड़ के रखना, और त्रिपुरा में फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल जो पीसफुल है वो पीसफुल मेंटेन करना, ये त्रिपुरा ने जनता ने किया है.
कांग्रेस इस बार साथ आ गया, एक फॉर्मिडेबल अलायंस बनाया. त्रिपुरा मोथा भी है जो कि ट्राइबल एरियाज में काफी पेनिट्रेट किया है, तो उससे कोई दिक्कतें आ रही हैं आपको?
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. कांग्रेस देखिए 25 साल त्रिपुरा में कम्युनिस्ट ने राज किया है. आज ऐसा क्या स्थिति आ गया जहाँ देश भर में कांग्रेस डूबती हुई नैया है, कम्युनिस्ट इसमें.
All right, welcome back. We are almost getting into a situation where results are almost getting established, Shawan, in terms of leads and wins, and for all the 3 states, with the BJP forming up its grip over the northeast in alliance possibly with the NPP in Meghalaya, talks for which have already begun. We have earlier in the day broken the story of Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma and the key strategist of the party's northeast inroads meeting Conrad Sangma of Meghalaya, the Chief Minister, and of course the Chief of the NPP. Right. In Nagaland, of course, the alliance is doing good in terms of numbers, and Tripura, along expected lines as per the exit polls, the BJP on its own inching up the halfway mark. Shawan, you think the wins are going to be similar to the leads that we are talking about at 12 noon?
Well, in fact, as far as Tripura is concerned, let's just put out the numbers right now. Tripura, it seems that BJP is pretty much settling very close to the halfway mark, which essentially would mean that there could be a possibility by another hour or so it will become clear that they may not need any ally. So this entire talk with Tripura Mothra, that may not actually even happen. If you see the current numbers where it stands, BJP is roughly about 31 we are putting out already, 31 which is the halfway mark. The left front plus is about 18 and Tripura Mothra is about 10. So there is perhaps there won't be a situation where there's no alliance talks that takes place in Tripura. Let's just quickly move to the other states of Nagaland as well as Meghalaya before we go across to our guest. Let's move to Nagaland, where it's a clean sweep by the BJP alliance, the NDPP and the BJP, where the numbers clearly, let's put out the Nagaland numbers right now, where the numbers clearly in favor of the BJP as well as NDPP. And as far as Meghalaya is concerned, Meghalaya, their two numbers seems to be pretty much settling down, but that's where we have to essentially focus in a short while from now where the talks are leaded to. I'm told that Prakash is joining us right now from Agartala. Let's just quickly go across to Prakash. Prakash, it pretty much appears that there could be a possibility that BJP won't need anyone.
Well, yes, Savan, it looks likely that as of now, what the trend shows, 32 seats for the BJP, and they're well ahead of the majority mark by 2 seats. And if that happens, it will